Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. This week, our typing prompt comes from Larry Presnell, and it was a dark and stormy night, and I was alone with my typewriter. Very Halloween theme, but there's summer storms, right? So thank you for that, Larry. Hopefully some people had fun with that. Let's see, we do have a couple people waiting. Let me let them in. And the announcements, of course. So I hope you will join us at typepals.com. We're a great community of typewriter collectors and users. So please join us at typepals.com. There is the podcast. New episodes are every Thursday at 5 a.m. Pacific. And you can go to podcast.typepals.com. If you want to be on the podcast, you can make a recording and you go to inbox.typepals.com. There is the type co-op, so you can submit any typewriter events you have coming up. So you can go to typecoop.com. And finally, if you have any ideas for typing prompts, I am always eager to receive them. And you can just email them at gregory@poortypist.com. All right. Brenda, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good.
What's new?
Not too much. The wife and I are pet sitting for 10 cats.
What?
Yeah, 10 cats.
To their house, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. A lot of cats.
Oh yeah. And I believe they're all rescues. So they're varying degrees of friendliness. There's one super friendly cat that requires a lot of attention. There's a couple that are friendly but wary, and I guess others are they give you the dead eye.
Well, that's fun, huh?
Yes. So that it's very interesting, and it's a lot of kitty litter.
Yeah, it gets expensive.
Yeah.
And messy.
But how are you doing?
I'm good. I can't believe it's been a week.
I know, right?
Yeah, last week you guys left me and when I got off and my cheeks were sore from all this laughing.
Oh my goodness.
So I came back for more exercise.
There you go. Yeah, I don't think there has been that much laughter in one episode,
No,
but
I agree.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was fun. You guys are fun.
Yeah, thanks. Any new typewriters or anything?
No, I'm trying to behave myself. I'm looking for that the 6 CPI one.
Yeah.
That's just gonna be, might never happen. So
Yeah, I find it funny how people can find multiple 6 CPI typewriters, and I'll probably never run across one in my lifetime. It's just, yeah.
Well, maybe when you're not looking for it, you'll find it. But I waste a lot of time on a daily basis looking on eBay for that, and it's like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go to the antique malls every once in a while and see if I can find one.
Yeah.
And hopefully I get one day.
Yeah, because that would come in handy for your crafting, right?
It would be just fun to have. Yeah, I would like to type my envelopes. That's basically what I like the typewriters for, is to type my envelopes. It's silly, but I like the different typefaces. So that would be kind of cool. So
yeah,
see,
definitely.
One day.
I don't know what make and model of typewriter is most likely to have 6 CPI. I'm trying to remember.
I think the Smith Corona, what is it? The Clipper style, whatever that 5 series, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I think that one has it, and I think the Galaxies line or whatever they are. But I could be wrong. It could be on, who knows? It could
Yeah.
be on those big jumbo desk typewriters, you know? You just don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I know some people go on like Shop Goodwill or whatever, and they're basically like scrutinizing the pictures, and
it's really hard to tell, because I thought I saw was a Remington Streamliner 5 or something, you know, and it only went up to like 60. And I thought, okay, maybe this is it. And then the more I looked at the slugs, I thought, I don't know. I don't have anything to compare it to. So there was no type sample, which I don't know why people don't put the type samples up, you know. So I thought, I just passed on. I thought, I don't need another typewriter. If it's not going to be that size. So I let it go. So I'll never know. But
yeah.
it's fun to look.
Yep. We just have to keep looking and hoping.
Yep.
And I also assume it's not common for someone that's selling it to say, "Oh, this is 6 CPI, by the way."
Well, I did lose one once on eBay. They did write that, oh, this is very large letters or something like that. Okay. But yeah, most people, I think, might not even pay any attention to it if they just got it, you know, to sell it.
Yeah.
So, but kind of frustrating, but
yeah.
I'll wait.
We can always dream, though.
Yep. I'm happy for the people that get them, that find them. Definitely. So I'll wait my turn, I guess.
Yeah. It's a waiting game.
Yep.
Excellent. And anything else new with you?
No, just getting ready for summer, opening the pool and fun stuff like that. You know, cutting grass.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Any trips or anything planned? Because I believe you have an RV, right?
Yeah, we have an Airstream, and we're going to be going, I think, to the Frisco Woods. It's a Frisco Wood, North Carolina.
Okay.
Not until July, but John's working on the brakes and, you know, fun stuff like that.
Yes.
So gotta be safe.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You don't want that thing rolling and popping tires and.
Oh my goodness.
It's really scary.
I bet. Yeah.
So
excellent.
That's about it.
Okay. Well, it is so good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Excellent. Susan, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. I've been out working in my garden, doing some planting, so I'm a little hot and sweaty, but other than that, I'm fine. It's 3 weeks till the type-in, so I've been busy making lists of all the things that I need to do to get ready.
Yeah.
And I think I've decided on the machines that I'm going to take. And a friend of mine who is also a type pal made me a poster.
Oh, let me zoom in on that.
It's a letterpress poster.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
And so it is very sweet. It's Mary Beth. Mary Beth Platt made that for me.
Wow.
So she sent me a whole packet of them, big ones and small ones. So I have to get those sent out. And there was somebody that recently posted that they were from Arizona, and they were Tempe, I think, and they were wondering how to do a type-in. And if they listen to this, I hope that they would go to Austin Typewriter Inc. There's a podcast about how to do a type-in, and on their Facebook page, they have a thing where you can find information that someone took notes from that podcast. Jean Novak Taylor took notes, and so it's in writing. You can just print it all out.
Oh, cool.
And it would be really helpful for setting up for a type-in. I mean, she goes into how to advertise for it, what kinds of typewriters you should consider bringing, like not your Hermes 3000. And to have an assortment and how to set them up. And I'm going to be making some tent cards for all the typewriters that I'm taking, and I'll make some extras that people can just fill in if they bring a typewriter. So to give information about the typewriter, like what model it is, the serial number, what year it was built, what the typeface is, just a little card that will sit to the side so people can see a little bit more about the typewriter. So now this week, I'm going to be testing all the typewriters that I've decided to take and making sure their ribbon is good and all of that, cutting my paper in half that I'm taking and that kind of stuff, getting ready.
Yeah.
So it's very exciting. I can't believe it's finally here. Almost.
I know. I'm excited for you.
I know. I'm going to take this typewriter. This is a white Royal Quiet Deluxe.
Oh,
nice.
And I really don't like Royals, but
Oh
I
my
couldn't-
goodness.
I couldn't resist buying this one, and I actually like this one.
there you
So,
go.
I don't know. I have a number of them, and I usually don't really care for them, but this one I kind of like. But I thought it would be great to take because it's so pretty. People will love it. They'll love the fact that you press the red badge and it opens
Oh, yeah.
the cover,
Mhm.
and it works really well. And I didn't pay a lot for it, so I'm not worried that it would get damaged. It's pretty sturdy. And of course, I'm going to take a Webster. I'm going to take my SG1 because standard, because I think it's good for people to see a standard.
Oh, yeah.
And typing on one made me want one. So maybe it'll give the impetus to somebody else to want one. And I'm taking one electric as well. So, I'm trying to take a variety of different brands, and machines and also get a few interesting typefaces in there.
Yeah.
Other people are also excited and have been posting that they're planning to bring typewriters and what should they bring. Mine are mostly the mid-century ones that I love, but
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be some people bringing older ones. And people are coming from far away, all as far as Houston, and which is amazing.
That is excellent.
So very exciting.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on with me. No new typewriters, just getting the ones ready for the type in.
Yeah, that's going to keep you busy, definitely.
Oh, and I've been writing a lot of letters because I owed a lot of letters. So I've mailed out a lot of letters and my postcard this week.
Very cool.
That's about it.
Okay. Now, I don't remember if you have any thermal typewriters.
I don't have a thermal typewriter.
Okay.
Actually, usually I buy my typewriters in the wild, and I've never seen a thermal typewriter
Wow.
where that I've been yet. So maybe I will. If I
Yeah.
see one, I might be tempted, but I do not have any thermals there.
Okay. I was gonna say that would be a fun one to take, just because it's so different from what we know typewriters to be.
Exactly, and that could get people really into thermal typewriters. You never know.
Exactly.
Well, I'll keep my eye out. Maybe in the next 3 weeks. You never know what I will find. A lot of times, if I just say out loud what it is I'm looking for, miraculously, shortly thereafter, it appears in my life.
Yeah.
My first typewriter that had any color to it, I had said to my husband, "Oh, I really want to get something that's an unusual color." And the next thing I knew, I saw on Facebook Marketplace a Futura 800 in that cocoa peak color, and I went and got that. So, you never know.
Yeah. Excellent. Again, I'm so excited for you, and I hope it goes well. And if any of us can help you in any way, just be sure and let us know.
Well, thank you. But I think it's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm very excited. And everyone should try and see if you have other collectors in your area. It's really well worth it to get a meeting together of some sort. And a type-in is great because the kids and people who don't usually see typewriters, they love them so much.
Yeah. And I'm kind of reminded that a type-in, it's nice when it's a big event and all the typewriters are identified and all that, but it doesn't have to be that. You can just take a typewriter out and type in public, and you'll create a type-in.
I saw some great pictures this week from a type-in they had at a farmer's market in Atlanta. And they just had the typewriter set up on picnic tables, and they had a little, 10 by 8 shade thing. And people were just typing on the picnic tables, and everybody was enjoying it and perfectly happy.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be a big deal.
Exactly.
Here in Texas, though, it's getting hot, and that's why I was out gardening so early this morning, because today it's supposed to be 96 degrees. So the picnic table will not work for us in June. But
yeah. Excellent. All right. And anything else new with you?
No, nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, absolutely.
Marina, how are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Excellent. Very good to hear. Anything new in your world?
I have a new typewriter.
Okay.
Yay!
I expected less of you.
I kept hearing about May's typewriter diet, and I swore I was going to be on a typewriter diet too, because I seem to have accumulated a lot just this year. But then along came something that I couldn't resist. So I will show it here. Oh, there we go.
Oh, a Skywriter? Yep,
It is a
Skywriter.
Skywriter. Yeah. Yeah. It was interesting because it was on Facebook Marketplace. It was fairly cheap in Canadian dollars. And I was very, very excited to go over and pick it up. But when I got it home, I discovered it had a lot of problems.
Oh.
Yeah, so I fixed most of them. So it's, paper bale was, so what I actually think has happened is the back corner, let me just lift it up again here, but the back corner on this side here, I think has taken a bit of a hit. And so some pieces were kind of bent out of shape, and I think it's caused a lot of problems. But the paper bale wouldn't lift up because it was catching on another, I guess, a paper release over there. And so I've bent that back, and that seems to be fine now. And then I was having a problem where I would get about halfway along the line, and then the rest of the carriage would just fly across. Regardless of whether I pressed the space bar or a key or whatever, it would at about 42.
Oh boy.
Fly across, and I'm like, oh no. But it turned out to be the I guess the carriage release lever over on the right hand side there. The whole mechanism was bent. And so what was happening is when the carriage release lever was being like when you would let go, it wasn't fully letting go. So it was always just slightly pressed in. And so I had taken everything apart. And this was actually the first time I've actually taken the case off, like completely. That was quite scary. And I'm new at this. Usually the things I buy, they've just worked pretty much. Give them a clean, they work. This one, so I took it out of the case, and I was trying to figure out, all the different parts that were moving and what was causing the problem. And then it was really stumping me. And then I just happened to lift the escapement, and I noticed it had just a bit of movement in it. And so that kind of tweaked me into what was going on. So that's fixed now. It's working perfectly. And, I just bent it back. I think it's still bent. I'm going to lift yet again. This thing's heavy, but I don't know if you can see here. It just seems bent, right? I would have thought that should be straight. Yeah. So I'm hoping someone has the same model and can send me some close-up photos of that corner of their typewriter.
I believe I have that one, actually.
Yeah, that would be fantastic if you do, because I just want to compare it. I don't want to overly bend it back. It's bent enough that the problem is solved. And then the bell is not working. The mechanism is working. It is loose. It is not stuck. I can, when it's upside down, I can get it to work, but when it is right way up, it does not. So something is not quite in alignment.
You probably got to bend something, whatever. There's probably something bent that you've got to just straighten it out like you've been doing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It does look straight, but it's such a, I'm guessing like I can hear it hitting it, but barely. So I think I agree. I think it just needs to be maybe bent back, but I've got to figure out how to take that back piece off to get in at the bell. Yeah. So once I figure out how to get that off, I'm hoping I can get that working, because I'm just trying to go in the gaps. But other than that, oh, no, hang on. I'm stupid.
No, you're not.
I didn't do any research. I was like, I love my Smith Corona 5 Series Super. I'm going to run out and buy this thing because they're related. Yeah, maybe someone can figure out what I didn't figure out. It's the lack of spools.
Oh.
I knew that it had no spools. And I'm like, oh, that's okay. I got tons of those at home. No.
Oh, they're the little ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
go up to the Staples or something and get those adding machine. You know how they have the adding machine spools that with the ink on them? I think those might fit. Okay,
well, that is interesting. I did email Curry and ask him if he had some, so he's actually sending me.
Oh.
I've bought a new ribbon from Curry, but yeah, I did not know that they came in different sizes. Yeah, so there you go. Now I know. I just didn't think, and I contacted the seller and said, oh, hey, by chance, did you pull the old ribbon out and maybe toss it? Because I thought, well, maybe they might have thought, oh, dry ribbon, I'll just throw it out and they can get a new one, and threw the spools out with it. But no, she said it was her mother's and it was like that, and she does not have them. So I have my new typewriter that I can't use until the ribbon arrives. So hopefully by next week. But it is an Elite font. It does not appear to be cursive or anything. I've checked the slugs, but I'm super excited. It feels really nice. I have to say the 5 Series Super that I've got, I really, really like the way it's kind of snappy. This is even better, which I was somewhat surprised, being that it's an ultra portable.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I really like the feel of these, and it may be blasphemy, but I actually am liking the Smith Coronas better than the Olympias.
Interesting.
That's okay. Yeah.
I
like them all.
Yeah.
I don't care what they are. I like them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just what you gravitate to, right?
Exactly. Yeah. The Skywriter is a very, very good typewriter. I love mine. I did have Bob replace, well, not replace, but he recovered the platen because mine was super, super rock hard, and he did some other things to it, but it's working great now. And yeah, how's the platen on yours?
Actually, I think it's not too bad.
Okay.
It seems to be fine. There are a couple of dents and scrapes on this. Like I said, I think it was dropped or something on that back corner, but there are a couple of other dents and scrapes. I think at the front where the case goes on and off, and there's those little metal, there's some paint off. The only thing I think if I had, and I haven't used this yet, but this is the one with a small carriage release lever, and I hear that that's quite the controversial thing. People often want to hold out for the longer one. But yeah, I think it will be fine. I'm just really excited to get the ribbon.
I know.
It's like, I've got the toy and I can't play with it. So.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the worst. But
Yeah.
I'm sure you're gonna love it. They're great typewriters. I actually wouldn't mind getting another one, but yeah.
I have never seen one. So yeah, it just happened to be on Facebook Marketplace, and in my area, the typewriters are still, for the most part, relatively cheap, but they go quick, right?
Yeah.
So this was kind of a 4 hours on Facebook Marketplace, and I was jumping in there. But yeah, my 25 so it was $25 Canadian, which is, I realize, very cheap. Except the ribbon costs
Yeah. That's probably what
$40.
double. There you go.
But all in all, I'm really excited to get it. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Excellent.
Other than that, I think I'm just really, really behind on my mail. Our local post office was closed, like
Oh.
literally for 2 months while they were refurbishing it, because it's in
Oh.
a like a little corner store in the back, and I have a huge stack of mail to post. So I'm sure that there's someone in here. Well, maybe not. Someone I owe a letter to, or a postcard or something, that's just sitting. And the post office has now reopened, so I need to get down there and buy those US stamps, because I had a whole stack of Canadian stamps, but the US ones, you know, I just don't have a whole bunch of them.
And
So
they're going up too. The stamp prices are going up, I think, starting in June or July.
Yeah. I
Like
forget
3 cents
when.
or 4 cents.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if ours are, but I know that they're a little bit more. I think that, I don't know. I seem to think that they will have to be weighed, and there's many different rates depending on how many sheets of paper. I know William's got calculations for how many
Yeah.
sheets of paper he can get in, but yeah, I have not done that, and I don't have any way to. I don't have a scale that's that refined.
Yeah.
So I apologize if you're waiting for anything.
No, I think that's part of it. You're basically waiting for letters to arrive, of course, but at the same time you kind of forget about it, and then when you get the mail and you get a letter, it's like, oh, cool. It just
It
makes
is
it
fun. Yeah,
special.
I absolutely. And the Canadians are getting them. So the Canadians are all like because I can just stick a stamp on it and put it in the
Yeah, yeah.
mailbox. But yeah, anything that has to go to the post office, which is pretty much all the US, uh, and I think I even have a British one.
Oh, okay.
Um, yeah, I have no idea how many stamps I need to stick on.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately here we have the international stamp, which I believe covers the first ounce. After that, I'm not sure how much it is, but typically a letter is going to be an ounce or less. So if you have that international stamp, it's good for wherever you're sending it. So of course, there's only like one or two designs to choose from, and they're not all that good.
Well, the Canadians are still getting Christmas stamps from me. So if you're getting Christmas camels along the night sky, yes, I did buy too many of those.
I think we do have a supply of it's called Snow Day. So it's like pictures of children doing snow angels. So it's like, okay, I guess we'll save those for next winter. Yeah. Excellent. And anything else new?
Just on a personal note, my eldest, my daughter, she just graduated, and we had prom
Oh, cool.
last week, so that was super exciting. So,
Yes, yeah.
and it's quite scary having adult children.
I can only imagine.
So, yeah.
Very cool. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here. All right. Robert, how are you doing?
Hello, good evening, or on your side, good morning. Here I'm
Yes.
quite fine. had a bit busy this weekend because we had a little celebration. My son had his birthday party, and so we had lots to do. But was everything fine? And weather is great right now. We have a nice spring here, so well, everything quite fine. So I hadn't had the time to write a prompt. On the other hand, it was a very interesting theme, but no time. Sorry, next time maybe. Or just missed the wrong button. Okay. Well, I have three things to talk about. I was interested in refurbishing ribbons, and I found out that there are many tips in the internet with WD-40 to reactivate ribbons. And so I tried this one with ice cream was in there in this box.
Oh.
And this works really great, I think, because you can hold the ends on one side and you spray in some WD-40, and then you close it. Nothing stinks, nothing smells, nothing spills, and then you shake it a little bit and leave it a bit, and it works quite well, I think. Not
Excellent.
perfect, but just to have a fairly clean way to reactivate an old ribbon. I tried it with two black ribbons, and I was quite happy with the result. And this now is a test with a red and green ribbon, a red and black ribbon. So maybe I'll spool it on today, and then we'll have a look how this works. And this is especially interesting. For example, I have an Adler 7, which has, I think, 16 millimeter ribbons, and they're not so easy to get. And so I'll try this next with this ribbon. And as I said, these ice cream boxes are perfect for it, I think. So if anyone wants to try, feel free to do. It's not bad, I think. Then I got a cutie here. It was a really surprising machine. Just turn around my with this machine.
Ooh.
There was no label, nothing on it.
Yeah.
Really at a really fair price. I think it was 10 euros or something like this in Frankfurt. So I could go by bicycle and take a look at it and get it. And it was delivered with this weird box, an old briefcase, or how you say, I don't know.
Yeah, briefcase.
But it works quite well. It's okay, and it's quite charming, I think. And then I had to do some research what kind of machine it is. As you see, there's no label, nothing in it. And here's something in, but this didn't help. There are numbers. Just focus. Wait. This is the apartment. And here on the somewhere here hidden is a serial number.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's a 232, and this tells me it's a Consul. It's made in Czechoslovakia, a Czech machine, but often they were labeled as Lilliput and were branded by another company. So there was only a label which maybe had gone lost. But what's interesting on this machine is everything is metal. It's really solid. It's from the 60s. I have to try to get it back, or no matter what. And it's really cheap because it has only a left margin, no right margin. There's not even a bell. I think there was a paper support here, but it's lost, but no problem. And you see, this is original. At first I thought, oh, there was something missing. No, this is normal with this machine. On the other side, there is a picture. But the great thing with it is it's an absolute great typer.
Wow.
I was so surprised writing with this machine. Totally intuitive to work on it. It has a really fine kind of resistance here, starting here and hitting really for fast writing. It's perfect. It's my best ultra portable for fast writing. I was so astonished about it, about the quality in writing. I don't know how long it will last, but you see, it's really solid build. There's no, the only plastic thing I found is here. but even this looks not so bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have to clean it at all?
Just a bit blowing out, nothing more.
Uh-huh.
It came really like this.
Nice.
I really, I love this machine. I was totally surprised, and I like this hammered finish here.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that.
Nice.
Yeah, and
What
the
is it
entire
called?
machine. In Germany, we call it a Hammerschlag. It looks like hammered, like on a hammer. And there's a color. It's called Hammerite. This is and this looks later like this. It's not crinkled. It looks really as like beaten with a hammer.
Yeah, yeah.
And many machines from this time, from the industrial machines from the 60s or 50s, they had this finish. It was very popular, I think. Come on, close, please.
What is the typewriter called?
It's a Consul 232 from Czechoslovakia, or it was Czechoslovakia at the time.
Who makes console?
It's a brand in Czechoslovakia. I don't know.
Okay, that is the brand. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a brand Consul, yeah. And when you look at the typewriter database, you will find standard machines, and this is a 232. But it could be when you look for Lilliput, you will find the same machine, especially with this not missing but a strange-looking knob on the side here.
Yeah.
But really, it has even a ground plate. Very, very well-built machine. Easy, but works just fine. I love it, absolutely.
That's
Just
great.
a recommendation. If you can get a Consul 232, it's better than my Hermes babies. It's better than my Grominas. Really, my best fast typer. The only thing which is same quality is Adler Tipper. With this, I can type in the same quality. I don't know how the ribbon is inside. Have a look, please. I have to do everything one-handed because
I know. You're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you. This is normal typeface.
Nice.
No, I have to do something with the alignment from the fix. This one works. But when I do this one here, there's the alignment. It doesn't. You see, that's something to do, but I don't know when. And it types really nice, snappy. I would like to say very snappy, and it feels totally solid, but it's not too heavy, so I can carry it in my bicycle bag. It works. A really great machine, and it looks so without any things you don't need. It's a pure machine, I would like to say. It really is very how to say, yeah, nice design.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the look of it, but I do have to say, without any logo or identification on it, it looks like it's naked.
That's it. Nothing written here, nothing here. And,
Yeah.
that makes it a bit charming and pure,
Yeah.
acoustic pure. And even no other function. You have no tabulator. You have no margin. No margin relief, because I have only one
Yeah,
side.
exactly.
I can only just hear the left side. Yeah, that's it. And
Interesting.
really interesting machine. And I was curious as I have seen it on the marketplace, because there was only old typewriter for sale and no brand. And I was trying, what brand could it be? And then I tried with Google picture search or something. And then I said, okay, it's in Frankfurt. It's I go there and take a look at it. And if it's okay, if there's nothing is broken, I will pick it up. And I picked it up and then happy with it. Really surprising machine.
Wow.
And the keys are really have a good feel for my fingers. I love touch typing, and I can do it without any thinking or anything. It works totally. I can write with thinking just onto the paper.
Nice.
Great, really nice machine. really happy about it. And I think it's from the 1960s. I have checked the serial number, but I've forgotten which. But 60s. It's from 60s, end or mid or end of 60s.
I'm wondering if it's just a fluke that it doesn't have the logo on it, or if it's common, or.
I have seen both on the internet as I was researching. Sometimes I found them with just a label, Lilliput, and many I've seen without any label. So I don't know how they were delivered, and I know these console machines were also sometimes delivered by suppliers. Now I have a comparison. The predecessors or ancestors before of Amazon, where you can mail order things. Yeah. And though in the 70s you had big catalogs where you can order everything you want, clothes, and even typewriters. For example, when you take a look in Google for the word Neckermann or Neckermann Privileg. Privileg is also a German typewriter brand, and they were produced in Czechoslovakia, in Spain, in Japan, or whatever. They haven't had any own factories, but they were sold under the name Privileg for these suppliers of everything.
Wow.
And next time I can show you a Neckermann or something like this. It's really interesting because all of you know in the 70s, 80s, many factories for typewriters closed, or the machines were produced abroad somewhere, Japan or Czechoslovakia or something, because it was cheaper to produce there than to produce here.
Yeah.
And but this is really not at the time, as these typewriters were built very solid. They saved, they produced cheap in reducing the luxury of the machine, but the quality in building is still great. As you see, no right margin, no bell, no tabulator, no touch selector, but it has a line selector. I think it has 3 notches, and I don't know if you can release the ratchet. I don't think so. As far as I know, it can't. It doesn't. You can nothing push, nothing pull. So you can't even. You have always ratchet and 1 line. I think it's 1.5 and 2 line space. But you can't switch off the ratchet here, as far as I see. Or is here anything? No. It's a normal mechanism. No.
And there's no button or anything to push in on the.
I don't think so. Here you can't pull and push, and here.
Yeah. Okay.
But nothing to notes. Nope.
Okay.
It's missing.
But you know that's part of the, obviously it was a budget typewriter, and so they removed a lot of those features.
That's it. Yeah. That makes the machine very solid, sturdy, and even the mechanics, if you see, it's really just direct from the type, from the key, direct contact to nothing between.
Yeah.
Really simple mechanic, but works fine.
Yeah.
No extra levers or.
Yeah. I actually love minimalist typewriters because like tabs, I don't use tabs, and some of the other features, I'm like, yeah, I could live without that.
Although it seems like a basic machine, it's got a wonderful return lever on it. You don't usually see that nicer return lever on compact.
That is very true. Very true.
Yeah. And it works really good. Feel is great. The carriage moves really nice. Nothing wobbling. Really well built, but Spartanic.
Yeah.
Only it's pretty tricky here to find the right spot to close the hook.
Yeah, especially with one hand.
Yeah. So I'll leave it. Okay, that was my introduction of my Console 232.
That's great.
Lovely, and it's really
Very nice find.
Yeah. Now I have to try to close it because it's really sometimes you just have one move and it works, and sometimes it does.
Yeah.
Just take second hand. Come here. Now, because even this line here, wait, this line, it reminds a bit on the Lettera here, this design line here.
Oh yeah.
You see for an Olivetti, but you see even it's very precise made. You see that really it fits perfect.
Yeah.
Really beautiful machine. I love it.
I love it.
And now something strange. Yeah, I have to. I have made so many typewriters, and I haven't even placed one on typewriter database. I have to do this someday because there are many machines I have, and I think always, okay, I have to do introduce my machines or bring them to typewriter database.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. And another fun thing found my way to me is this machine.
Oh. Oh, that actually has a wire spool.
Wire spool.
Yes, that's it. And
Joe
that's
has
it.
one of those.
Oh.
But I haven't brought it to work now. First, as I found it, the spool was missing, and now I found someone who sold me the spool, and it's really amazing how it's built. But it's not working right now. I have to do some adjustments, I think. But the mechanics is really. It really takes the wire, brings it here, and here it will be formed and cut and pressed.
Wow.
And it's kind of a weapon, I would like to say. It's heavy. But as I said, I think I have really to open it. Some pieces, I think they look very dry, so I have maybe to grease them or oil it a bit. And some adjustments because normally the wire comes off the side here. Now I figured out that it runs in here, but I place in some paper, but it doesn't feed right. And I think there's something to do, but
Yeah.
it would be boring without any project.
It looks very industrial or even like military equipment.
It's interesting because I found really nothing in the internet about it. Here it's written, try to get it in a good light. It's called a Delta Hefter, or the Delta staple. It's made from Delta Maschinengesellschaft in Bonn. It's not from the German Republic, Democratic Republic. It's from the Federal Republic of Germany. I think I would say I think it's also 60s or something like that.
Yeah.
And but I haven't really found anything about this factory or about this machine. There were 2 or 3 on sale for much higher price as I had paid, but no documentation, nothing to find. And I was happy that someone sold one of these machines, and he had 2 spare spools, and I asked him if he could sell me 1 spool, and he did, and that was great. So I have here the box of the spool.
Wow.
One of these spools should last for about 6,000 staples. Okay. And here's some advice how to insert it, but nothing more I have here. So, and the internet is really gives nothing about it, not more. Other things are very easy to find, manuals or other things, but I haven't found anything right now. But I think I will ask someone here in Germany. There's a club which is concerned with old office machines or something like that. Maybe they know a bit more about it.
Yeah, definitely.
But really solid, very solid build, and yeah, it's a machine.
Yeah. Even if even if you don't get it to work and you just set it on a shelf, it looks impressive.
Yeah, but that's my obsession. I like things not only to look at; they have to work.
Yes, exactly.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, it might be when you have a really old typewriter, which is very decorative. It's okay when it works, and I think it's not an everyday writer. It's okay, but it should work when I press a key. It
Yes.
should something.
Yes.
On the other hand, I have machines which I really love to write and to type on, and they have to work perfect.
Yeah.
But this one, I would be happy to bring it in function, and I'm sure I will get it. I have a good friend. He's also very well in engineering, and so we know. I think everything can be dismantled. You can open everything, so we could take it totally in parts and find out what's going wrong. And well, every step has to be photographed and everything, because he has a really strong spring inside, you see. So there we have to be a bit careful.
Yeah.
On the other hand, then it makes bang and all parts are flying right through the house.
Well, I have never seen one of those, and I'm very glad you were able to get it, because it seems to me that is very unique.
I think so. Ever tried to figure out more about it, or on eBay? There seem to be a bit rare, not very common. When you on the other, when you look for a light hefter, where you make how do you say the things where you make holes in the paper in English?
Hole punch.
A hole punch, yeah. And for example, the factory lights is very common for this. You find tons of them, yeah, or millions of them. But this, I really, even the company, I've never heard about it. Delta hefter, and well, so I will keep on research, and when I get something new, I will tell you all.
Excellent. We will look forward to that.
Yeah, I think that's all for today. One little thing I found with the typewriter I just can show is this one. This is an official backing paper, which I had with the.
Cool.
I found it with a typewriter. It was delivered with it from GH. GH is was, I think it doesn't exist anymore, really a great big supplier for office tools in any office things and anything. They made copy machines, they made fountain pens or paper and copy stuff and anything. And this is a paper, it's a little bit, I think it's maybe 120 grams, and it feels a bit slick. And this is
it seems shiny.
Yeah, it's a really professional backing sheet.
Yeah.
When I have a machine with a bit harder platen, I use it.
Yeah, definitely. That's
well, and now I would like to say that's all for now. Just turning the world around. Okay, so well, that's all I have to say right now. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Robert. That was fun.
Thank you too and all. Thank you all to all the others for listening and hoping liking it. Okay.
Excellent. All right. Let's see. I believe next up was Carlos. How are you, Carlos?
Morning. Doing well.
Morning.
Had a good laugh listening to the last stream. With the potential of a bunch of naked typewriters on the calendar.
So, sexy legs and typewriters.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say just the typewriters.
Eric has it.
The Type Pals calendar.
Yeah. Yeah, I was laughing like a crazy man in my car as I was driving. So no new typewriters. I guess my diet is still on, I guess, until Tuesday, where I'm planning on getting a Selectric.
Excellent. Do you know which one?
It's a Selectric 3, and
okay,
it looks a little smaller. So yeah, you're right. I do like the Selectric one, Gregory. That one's the one that is really nice, but I know it's seems like they had some issues. Might be hard to fix if you get a bad one, I guess.
Oh,
They did make the personal Selectric, which I think is basically the Selectric 2 or 3 with that same body or type of body,
Oh,
but it's expensive. At least on eBay it is.
okay. Yeah.
So the one that I'm getting, it looks a little smaller than the normal tank that you normally think of. I don't know. We'll see when I look at it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, nothing new. I need to still clean one of my Olympias that I got not too long ago, but I just been busy building furniture for the house and stuff, so I haven't had time to clean it. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, yeah, sending a couple of letters out. Not much new.
Okay. Very cool. Well, I will be eager to see this electric when you get that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's for a while I was kind of staying away from them just because I saw all those videos on Phoenix Typewriter and all the issues that can crop up. But I don't know, something about it, the fact that it's you know, the way it works, it's kind of interesting. So
Yeah.
something different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to try at least one. At least try it. Yeah, don't knock it till it's done.
Yeah. I think one of my type pals that I've actually communicated with even before type pals existed, he was describing the Selectrics have a very unique sound, and he was trying to describe it. He used one of those. There's a word for when you write out a word that is imitating a sound. You know, often used in like comic books.
Onomatopoeia.
There you go. Thank you. I have a smart bunch of people here. I appreciate it. Yes, one of those. Yeah, so he was trying to describe it. So I have heard it because my father used to be a reporter, and I remember he took us to work and he was using one of those. So I've heard it, but it's been so long that I don't remember specifically how it sounds, but yeah. Yeah, but they are on my wish list. Yeah, at least the one. I like the look of the one, so definitely.
Yeah, the one looks nice. I wish, yeah, they had later ones in the same style, but oh well, we'll see. Hopefully, I don't get a big old tank.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe Ted Monk has. I want to say he has a blue one with blue keys or something.
yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now that would be a dream.
I think he assembled that one out of parts. I think that's several machines.
Oh yeah.
I think so.
He does do that from time to time.
He does.
Excellent. All right. Anything else new with you, Carlos?
No, just
Okay.
yeah, listening and having fun.
Yeah. Well, it's so good to see you.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Eric, I believe earlier Susan was mentioning the Atlanta Type-In. You were involved in that, I believe?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have actually this morning started the Atlanta Typewriter Club.
Oh, cool.
There's an Instagram and a website coming up, and so it's pretty exciting. But yeah, we've had a few meetings, and we do what we call a pop-up, which is there's a farmer's market here, and we're a social club, so we get in for free, and we just got to bring a tent and whatever you want to do. And so this is probably our third or fourth one. We had one yesterday, and they're great. I mean, there's tons of traffic for the farmer's market, but we just put up a tent. One guy sells a bunch of typewriters. He's selling them all for like $75. So people come in, they reminisce, and then they turn around. There's a typewriter for $75, and they pick one up and add another person to the regional typewriter crowd. And I'll bring just a ton to just let people try out. We have paper, envelopes, stamps, and they can write letter. People write letters, and and mail them off, and it's wonderful. I learned yesterday you need an adults only table, because I had a Voss and a Groma and an old Erica, and this kid Andrew came through. We called him Hurricane Andrew, and oh Lord, and parents just don't discipline their kids, and this kid just I didn't want to yell at him, or it was uncomfortable.
I would have to.
I would have.
Totally. I would have stood in between him and the typewriter.
Yeah, put the smack down on him.
Well, they don't understand their kids, and the parents probably don't either.
It was something else. But most of the kids are great. But I want to bring the interesting machines so people can see them. And plus, it's a bunch of us show up, and we want to show each other our stuff. But so I think I might just keep that to the side and just bring out some of the other stuff. But
maybe put up signs that say "Do not touch," and then when adults lean in, you're like, "Yeah, you can come and touch."
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Like a velvet rope in front of your typewriters, and you have to VIP people too. There,
I like that.
You can card them for their ID.
Right, adults only table, like you said.
That'll work out good. We're thinking about doing it every month.
Wow.
While the weather's nice, so it'll be great. With the one guy who Jeffrey, he's wonderful. He does a lot of the promoting of it, and dealing with the farmers market people his wife's expecting. So hopefully we'll keep doing it with that going on. But I picked up this may not be cool to most, but I like the Olivettis. And so Tom, the guy who sells stuff, had this out there, and I call it a Dora, but it's a Underwood 31.
Right.
But it's black. I've never seen a black one. And so it's like Darth Vader. And,
I think they call that piano black, because it's all glossy, right?
Yeah. So I'd never seen one. I've got a few that are gray, and I really wish I had. Well, I go both ways on it. I had always wanted a Valentine. They were, way too pricey, but I got one for $100. It was just all messed up. And it was back when Garrett Lai was around, and he said, the insides are just a Dora. Just find you a Dora and you can swap it out. And I got a Dora, but it had the different keys. It didn't have these cool keys, which the Valentine had. And so I swapped it out, and it also, the Dora that I had didn't have the rabbit ears back here. So I had, and it didn't have, the Dora was a 68 and the Valentine was a 69. And so it didn't have all the holes drilled and tapped in it. Anyway, this would have been a perfect swap. But I'm not going to swap this one with the other one, but only because Sydney and I both did that Valentine swap, my daughter, and that was kind of a cool thing. We call it the Frankenstein Valentine, but this is basically that Valentine, just with different body on it. But I love the black. It was really cool. So
yeah,
I picked that up. But yeah, that's about it. Hopefully we'll keep meeting, and now we've got a little social media going on. If you're not in Atlanta, you can still join, friend us or whatever it's called. I only do Instagram. I don't do Facebook, but there's a Facebook thing out there too. But,
okay, cool. And just remind us what the group is called.
On Instagram, it's Atlanta Typers, I think is what it's called.
Okay. Yeah, so hopefully some people will follow you. Excellent.
Yeah.
That's
And
really exciting.
we'll post pictures when we all get together. But it's weird because it was just about 3 of us, and now a lot of other people been coming every month. They know we're out there, and they come and they bring their typewriters. And my cousin,
Undisciplined kids.
I got a cousin in Pennsylvania I have not heard from in decades. And I'm at the event yesterday, and she sends me a picture of an Adler Tippa at a garage sale for $2. She says, "You want this?" And I said, "Yeah, you might as well pick it up for $2." And so I got to figure out how to get it here. But that was just crazy. So
wow.
you just never know where your next typewriter is going to come from.
Exactly.
That's the problem. I want to know. Where is it? I'm tired of waiting.
And yeah, I hate I missed last week because I've had this book forever, and I was so glad to see that Ted had it too. I didn't feel like a pervert. And,
Well, I'll admit I did look it up on Amazon, and it's apparently out of print, so you can't.
Yeah, I think I had to get it from Etsy or something. I had
Okay.
to really look for it back when I forget somebody had it a long time ago, and I said I got to get that. So
Yeah.
it wasn't easy to get.
Even my wife had a good laugh about that book. So. Let me tell you that whole segment where we were talking about the 60 Legs and Typewriters book. I obviously do heavy editing of these episodes for the podcast, and it was very, very difficult. There was so much laughter going on. It was very difficult to edit that part, but it was a lot of fun.
I was gonna bring this out last week, and I didn't get it.
Ah!
Hey, all right.
There you go.
By the way, Gregory, great job on the podcast. I started listening to it recently, I have to admit, and you do a great job of editing all the best parts out of our
Thank you.
chats and making it turning a video Zoom, casual thing into like a really good podcast with the music and everything. Good job.
Thank you.
If you haven't listened already, guys, you need to tune into Gregory's
I appreciate
podcast. Yeah.
It's very tricky, cutting 4 hours down to, between 30 and 50 minutes. So, and there's so much good conversation, and it's like, okay, what do I leave in? What do I leave out? But I do try and change it up so that we featured, different people that haven't been on the podcast before. So, yeah.
Oh, I can't be on there every time. Little snippets.
Yeah.
But yeah, good job.
I'm so glad people are enjoying it, and it is getting quite a few listens, so I appreciate that, because it is a lot of work. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Excellent. Anything else new with you, Eric?
No, I'm just about 15 letters behind in responding. I'm so mad at myself. I was so caught up. I mean, I was caught up. And then I was waiting. Then they started coming back, and I get all excited and I read them, but then I don't respond to them as they come in. And then I get in the same boat again. I've got, 20 letters sitting here that I got to respond to. I took a week vacation, and in my head, I was just going to write all week. I didn't do anything. I sat on the beach and didn't write a single thing.
Eric, don't beat yourself up over it. You'll get to it eventually.
Yeah. It's funny because I don't know. I guess I'm real creative in the mornings, but I got to go to work, and I get home, and I got a great office. Everything's set up. It's not like I got to pull a typewriter out or anything. But after work, after dinner, I just want to veg out, and I'll say, well, I can knock out a couple letters tonight, but then just never happens. So weekends are kind of when I'm gonna knock things out.
Yeah.
Knock things over, huh?
Knock things over. That's right. I do that all the time anyhow.
Oh man.
But that's it, Gregory. Thanks for having this, and always love. Haven't been on in a while. It's great to be here.
Very cool. All right, let's see. May, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I was listening for a few minutes before I set up and everything, and I heard Brenda talking about 6 CPI typewriters and how she wished she could find one, and that's what this is. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
It's not an offer.
Thanks.
But I wanted to give you some tips on how to find them.
Please
you
do.
have to look every day,
I do,
all the
every
time.
day.
You have to spend hours, and you have to look at the ruler bars for the low numbers and the single color. They're not as common. So, maybe one out of every 100, 200 typewriters. So You just have to look every day, all the time.
I'm
That's
looking.
exactly what I did.
Yep, I'm
I
still
looked
on
at
it.
every typewriter, zoomed in on every typewriter. And it
What
takes
model is
many,
that?
many. This is a Smith Corona Classic 12.
Okay.
And it was ugly. It didn't come with the lid. It was just like this. It was all stained and gross and dirty. So, you know, but I saw the ruler and I saw the button and I got it. And I found a parts machine for the lid. So sometimes, you know, these classic 12s go unnoticed, and these are some of the more common 6 CPI machines, or the Smith Corona 5. Not so many of the 5 series, but a lot of the 6 series seem to be more common, especially for teacher typewriters. Or, you know, I don't know where to look for them in person, because the only place I ever look for typewriters is online, and then occasionally on Facebook Marketplace, but I don't find much around here. So just keep looking all the time.
I will.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
if I ever change my mind, Brenda, you will be the first person.
if you use small paper, that has the same effect.
Yeah. Oh, you make me feel better now. Now I feel better.
And then, yeah.
I'm from the government. I'm here to help.
Oh man. Very cool.
I was going to trade you my Hermes 3000 too for that. No deal.
Oh,
still?
wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Since I do have 3 of these and I have 0 Hermes.
Keep talking.
Cute. Yeah, it sounds very tempting. And
we could meet in the Bass Pro parking lot in was that, is that Springfield? Is that Rolla? I don't know.
I'll just come to your house and we can play with typewriters, all kinds of big arts and crafts, because I think we like a lot of the same things. Yeah. You would really trade a Hermes 3000 for a 6 CPI machine?
Yeah, because I only got the thing because of the font on it, the typeface on it. All right, we'll have to think about it.
We'll have to talk.
But,
we'll talk. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk. Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. Excellent.
We want to hear how it
See?
turns out.
Yeah,
See,
definitely.
you say it out loud and it happens, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you were saying that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. And anything else new with you, mate?
Well, no new typewriter. So, you know, I cheated a little bit on my diet. I got 2 Electra 120s, one cursive and one in that cubic typeface that I showed. And other than that, I'm just happy that school's out for summer.
Yeah.
And I have lots of time to mess around with typewriters. It's the best time to take typewriters outside and blow them out and put all kinds of toxic chemicals on. So I'm just looking forward to getting back to, like you were talking about, writing, responding to letters and things like that. So it's going to be typewriter time for the next 2.5 months. I'm going to try not to get any new typewriters unless it's a trade. Like, but I do have some. I don't like to jinx it, but I do have some good news. One of my parents' old good friends contacted me and said, "Hey, I'm trying to downsize and I have this Oliver 9 and it's yours." And he's going to have it professionally packed and just give it to me.
Wow.
Wow.
So fingers crossed that it makes it here at shipping. That's, like I said, I don't want to jinx it, but I may have a nice working Oliver 9 next week, maybe hopefully by next Typewriter Club Live. So
Yeah.
you know, as like Brenda said, just, you know, put the word out there, let everyone know you love typewriters, shout it from the tallest mountains, and then people will just start giving you the typewriters that either they don't want, they don't know what to do with, or they're downsizing. So that's gonna happen, and I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Oliver, does anybody here have an Oliver? I know Brenda has one she's frustrated with from time to time.
You can have that one too, because it's my nerves. I don't like him. He's
heavy.
Oh.
That's what he said.
He's bad.
Like, yeah.
I have an Oliver 3, I think.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Does it work?
Yeah, it does. Doesn't see much use though, because it's on the bottom shelf, but it does work. It has a new platen.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Only because I put one on there. Actually, I didn't. The guy at the repair shop did, and boy, it took him a long time to get that sucker off there. It wasn't. It wasn't because of the drawband thing. It was because it's like it took a while to get the hardware apart.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
you have to put some penetrating oil and let it sit, maybe heat it up. Yeah. You have to crack open those screws.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yes.
I was going to say you can always reach out to Indro because I know quite a while back he had talked about
fully restored. Yeah, took it all apart, polished everything.
Yeah.
And he's so smart. He's like, oh, it's easy. You just take it apart and polish everything, put it back together. Like, what's the problem?
Yeah, I think he got. I think he got his very cheaply and just completely reconditioned it and put it back together. And I think he decided he didn't like it, and so he sold it.
And he sold it, and he said for a lot of money.
Yeah.
He's on a different typewriter repair level than the average collector. But
yeah.
I'll definitely ask him for advice.
You know. Yes. Mm-hmm. Very cool. Excellent. Well, it's so good seeing you.
Good to see you too. I'm trying to work on the typing prompt and listen at the same time, which is hard to do.
I know.
So it's slow going. So
yeah,
maybe by the end of the show, I'll have the typing prompt finished.
Yes. It's going to have to be a very short story because the letters are so big.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I do have some more new stuff. So.
Oh, cool.
So I'm a school teacher and I talk about typewriters at work, and I find this box. Free stuff, and it's full of IBM Selectric and Wheelwriter and other, I think maybe like dot matrix printer type ribbons. I'm not exactly sure what these things are. Maybe people who are more familiar with this kind of machine know. But anyway, half of it is stuff that I don't need or use, but half of it was a brand new IBM Selectric ribbon, and 3 of them are colored. One is green, one is brown, and one is blue. So I got some colored IBM Selectric ribbon, some print wheels, which I posted about in the golf ball typewriter group on Facebook. And I've already got some of these sold because people are looking for them. So good to share. I've got little Selectric, type cases with the original brush. So somebody, and it's anonymous. I don't know. They didn't put a name. So somebody gifted me anonymously. And this stuff is kind of scary looking. It's what is this? Trichloroethane and naphtha, typewriter platen, and for type and platen cleaner. And this looks like about from the 1960s, and judging from the $2.20 price, it's kind of old. So I don't know if this is something I definitely use outside, but I'm not exactly sure how to use it on the platen. You just wipe it on there and wipe it off. Does anybody have any experience with this toxic typewriter cleaner?
I wonder if it's still even any good.
Yeah.
It probably is.
Smell it and see.
Don't smell
Oh, yeah, it's still good.
Oh, it's not. You're not gonna kill yourself just by a little bit of a whiff. That's that sort of thing gets to me.
Yeah.
I'm a chemist, so that sort of thing gets to me.
Yeah. Trichloroethane. It's been banned in a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
And
that's because it works. Yeah. But anyway, that was an interesting find.
You don't want to breathe it right off.
Lots of elements, probably, 20 Selectric type balls.
Goodness.
All of them I have already. So it's nothing new, but these things do crack and break. So it's good to have backups. And I got the Old English, that weird old world calligraphy type ball font. So this is a nice find.
Where do you post these, May?
Say that again.
You say you posted them somewhere or something?
And on Facebook, there's a group called the Golf Ball Typewriter something. Golf Ball Typewriter. If you search that in Facebook groups, it's all about Selectric and Selectric type, machines. So I posted a picture of everything I got, and yeah, got some offers. Sorry, I'm not selling the brown, blue, or green ribbon. That's mine, but I do have a lot of the black. I have already. I bought 30. I found a lot, and it's 36 of these cartridges, and now I have about a dozen more. So I'm thinking I have too many. I need to share. But does anybody know if these work on the 3s or these Selectric 2 only? Does anyone know?
Don't know.
The 3s all take different stuff.
Oh, so it's not the same. So this will only.
I think so. I know the type elements are different.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure about the ribbon.
Yeah, I wish that was on there. And then in the correction tape too, I have way more correction. I don't make that many mistakes. So now I have probably 4 dozen of these little corrections for I think it's only for the Selectric 2. So I don't know if anybody's interested. Get in touch with me on Facebook or through Type House. You can try to share. I want to use and enjoy typewriters. I don't want to hoard stuff. I've already got too much stuff.
Carlos said,
other than that, yeah, there's nothing else new. Typewriter runs just interesting free stuff and offer for all of them. And looking forward to typewriter-y summer.
Yeah. Carlos said he'll let you know on Tuesday when he gets his machine.
Oh yeah. The Selectric 3. Yeah.
Very cool.
The good thing about the 3s is they're newer, so they tend to be a little bit in better condition, but they do have more features and characters, so they are more complicated. More stuff in there.
Yeah.
But since you're in California, is that right, Carlos?
Yep.
Yeah, you should be able to find someone that works on Selectrics. You might have to drive a few hours, but
I think Andrew told me that the Berkeley people.
Oh, they still do. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they still do Selectrics. So, and on the posting, it said it was already. I don't know. They said refurbished or cleaned up by serviced by IBM guy. So yeah, so we'll see.
Yeah. If it's working in good condition, it's worth.
Yeah. I didn't want to find something that was iffy in terms of not working or something, and trying to figure out what's wrong.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Oh.
Yes.
For you.
I guess I just had to say it out loud, according to Brenda.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep.
Very cool. Excellent. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm good. Things are good.
Excellent.
I don't have any new typewriters or anything, but I did some rubbings yesterday.
I saw that. Yeah, that's cool.
Some of them came out
very cool.
Wow. Came out really good. The console came out really good. The Underwood it's the coolest thing in person, but looks kind of terrible in there.
That would make like cool letterhead for a typewritten letter.
Oh yeah.
That on there, the top, and then type the rest of your letter. I like that. Very cool.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So I posted a video of that on Facebook. You can see that.
Oh, I'll have to look for that.
Yep. And then I did something this morning or over the last couple of days. I've got this little thing doodle. I'll show it to you here. Let's see. Cameras are complicated. Okay. Camera. There we go.
Felt like I was at the dentist there for a minute.
I know, huh? Poking and prodding.
I thought you were going to poke my eye out.
Yeah. Whoa. This little doodad here is the Adafruit Trellis. It's a little electronic sequencer. And I sampled some typewriters the other day.
Ooh. Now you're talking.
There we go.
That's cool.
Felt like I was at the dentist there for a
Yeah.
Whoa.
This one here is the A-front trellis. It's a little electronic sequencer. And I sampled some typewriters the other day.
Now, is it playing sound right now? Because I think the sound is being blocked out.
like I was at the dentist there for a
Do it.
I think someone might have YouTube running.
Yeah. I heard the light.
Try the same. I'll be back. Trellis. It's a little electronic sequencer.
Yeah, someone has YouTube on, so if you have YouTube on, you can pause it. Is it playing sound right now? Because I think the sound is being blocked out.
I was at the dentist there for a
Oh, I think it's there. I think I found the culprit.
Okay. See if you can see it now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Funny.
Okay. That's just a steady drum beat there, and we'll add
Super cool.
some dings to it.
Okay.
Interesting.
The typewriter percussion sequencer. I love it. I need one of those to write my typewriter songs with.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
interesting because there's that Boston typewriter group
Yeah.
that make,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but
Boston
they
Typewriter
destroy
Orchestra.
typewriters. This
They
would
do.
solve their problem.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so this one's
Yeah.
a little bell. The
Yeah,
yellow
but
one's
the
the bell.
effect that they have just pounding on them, you know, that's
Yeah.
part of the show too. But they do buy pretty common, unremarkable typewriters to
Yeah.
destroy. They don't get like the Hermes 3000s or the
I know, but
Scholz and
it's just very
Glidden, you know.
sad.
Yeah.
It's very sad, mate. And your song that you did the other week, I think I'd missed it when you did it in Typewriter Live, but I listened to it on the podcast about the thrift store.
Yeah.
Was
Thrift store
amazing.
typewriter. Oh,
Yeah,
thank
it made
you.
me real.
Appreciate
Like I
that.
was in my car listening to it. It just had me laughing in stitches.
Same.
It was amazing. So
Yep.
thank
It
you for
sounds
that.
so serious at first, and then it's like, I'm gonna beat your butt for destroying typewriters.
I was
Don't
like,
you
yes!
dare touch my typewriter. Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Oh, well, you get the idea.
Yeah, that's very cool.
That is super
And
cool,
I have to
Brian.
say, I love those Unts Bluetooth speakers. I have a much smaller one, but
Yeah.
they pack a punch.
Yeah, I did. I led our boxing class the other day, and I took this with me, and it filled up the whole exercise studio.
Oh yeah, yeah, they are loud.
Okay, well, I just want to show that.
Very cool, and it has pretty lights.
Yeah, I like
Pretty
that.
lights.
Excellent. Well, your task is to now make a typewriter song that we can play on the podcast.
Okay, I'll see if I can come up with something.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And I'll definitely put it on there.
Okay,
You
that's
guys heard that
better.
Alicia Keys song about a typewriter?
Oh, really?
It's really good. Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
She has the perfect name for typewriter.
Just, good point.
I am actually a big fan of Alicia Keys.
Mhm.
She's pretty amazing.
Very
She's
talented.
got a song about typewriters. It's
There you
really-
go. I
It's
need
a
to
great.
look
It's a
now.
good song too.
Yeah. She's an excellent songwriter. Definitely.
Singer, song.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, thank you so much for showing that, Brian. That was very cool.
Mhm.
You're welcome.
And Ko is doing well.
Oh yes. He's just fine.
So cute.
Such a cutie.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's see here. Diane, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Trying to figure out how to put a ribbon in the Smith chrono. You'd think I know by now, but but I want to like these plastic spools. Plastic spools don't fit, so I gotta. And I don't. These metal spools are what came on the machine, although I don't think that they are actually the correct ones either. But I think they'll work better than these. These are supposedly those universal things, I guess, but I don't know. They don't. The one doesn't seem to want to go down on it. Well, it does, but it's kind of a. Well, maybe it'll work. I'm trying some purple and brown ribbon.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and the thing was, I held it up to light. I could actually tell the difference.
Yeah.
some of these, it's like, black and blue. It's like, well, I guess if I had light, I'm holding it up against. If I held it up against the window, if I could find it, I don't know which machine it's in. The black and blue. That's sad.
No,
Tell us again where you found that.
What?
Tell us again where you found the brown and purple ribbon.
Ribbons Unlimited.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
I kind of went on a binge buying spree with them a little bit ago because I thought it would be cool to see some different colors and so I just haven't tried a whole bunch of these yet, and they're just kind of sitting here waiting. But what I've done in the meantime is I've written on the box what machine it's in.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
So I know where the heck it is.
Now you know.
Mark.
Yeah. Too little, too late.
Yeah, I have a black and brown ribbon, and I can never remember which typewriter it's in.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Tweezers.
There you go.
But nothing new here.
Okay.
I did get this machine was the one that had the wire all weird. I got that sorted out. So.
Yeah. Excellent. Now, since you're the official cat lady of Type Pals, I mentioned at the very beginning, but I'll say it again. My wife and I are cat sitting 10 cats.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
In one place?
One place.
Or different places? Oh my goodness.
Now, the interesting thing is, we've only seen 8 of them. So there's 2 that are unaccounted for, but
very shy.
I assume they're there somewhere. So
as long as you don't have to give them medicine, you're good.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, and we've been warned that one of the cats who only stays in the bedroom, and the bedroom door is to remain closed, and those cats are not allowed to come out, and other cats are not allowed to go in there. Otherwise, I assume very bad things will happen. But we have been warned not to touch that cat because it's really very violent.
Oh boy.
How the heck do you feed it,
Well, we just go in.
The door?
Yeah. I know, right? Just open a crack and throw it in her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, as soon as we go in there, the 2 cats that are in that room both go under the bed. So it's safe. It's not going to attack us.
Yeah.
But if, we should not touch it, though. So.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. And then the cats are like climbing on like everything, and so I was saying to my wife, there is no part of this house that has not been touched by a cat butt.
Oh God!
like as we're preparing the food, one of the cats, the very friendly cat, he gets up on the little island, and that's where the paper towels are. and he's like rubbing against the paper towels, and his little butt touches the paper towels. I'm like, we are not using those paper towels.
To hide paper, I can't leave a bunch of paper out, or else it'll have teeth marks in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why type pals get that you get a letter with teeth marks in it.
I've received one of those.
Because it's something that was sitting in my work printer, which I do have out here next to me. But every now and then I look over and dang it, if some cat hasn't decided I want to chew on the corner of this, like, dang, what did you do that for?
Yeah. Yeah,
paper can just grow on trees.
Kind of do, but yeah.
It does, yeah. But you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
I don't want to have to replace this. So, but I mean, I have some in the drawer, and I do have some if I need to. But I need to print out stuff for work once in a while. And
yeah. Oh my goodness, that is funny. Yeah, Larry is showing us his popcorn, and I've actually been kind of laughing to myself because it looks like he's watching a movie or something.
Yeah, I'm watching you guys, but I thought I'd share, if you want some.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Reach into your
I'll
camera.
take some.
All right.
Thank you.
I made way too much.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
It's lunch, though, so I don't have to do. You didn't know I could cook, too, did you?
No. Oh, that's funny. Anything else new with you, Diane?
nope, nothing new.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having this.
Yeah. All right. Stephen, how are you doing? You're muted. You're muted, Stephen.
Hello.
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 How are
Sorry
you?
about that.
No, that's okay.
I was watching along since the beginning on YouTube, and quietly listening and watching. But then that IBM ribbon came up, and I think I have 2 cents to put in about that.
Oh, okay.
Because I've been looking at Selectrics. And that ribbon that Mia was showing is good on all Selectric 2s, and it's good on Selectric 3s that were made up until February of 1982.
Oh, wow.
So if you have a March of 1982, they came out with the new improved version, which really isn't improved so much. They made it so that you could just snap it on, snap it off. Whereas the type that Mia has that's pretty easy too, but you have to do a little bit of threading to get the ribbon in. And that newer ribbon costs twice as much, and they're harder to find. So anyway, the one she's got fits on all 2s and some 3s up until
Early
1982.
Okay.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Definitely.
So I'm kind of looking at maybe getting one of those.
Yeah.
But, I have one good thing going on. I got on eBay after all that talk about the Royal FPEs. So I sent somebody an offer on one. And it just so happens the lady who has it is for once within driving distance of my house.
Oh, very cool.
And I contacted her about that, and she kind of said, well, I sell out of my house and I'm by myself, so you can't come here. So I said, okay, well, I understand that. I'm just concerned about the shipping business. I've had one typewriter sent to me that was destroyed in shipping. It hit something so hard it bent the chassis inside the case. The whole segment basket it was a basket shift, all right. It shifted the basket off to the right side of the machine.
Basket case.
Yeah, there you go.
Why won't she meet you somewhere? Like,
Well,
won't she meet you like at the police station?
Yeah, maybe if I
mean,
I don't want to
to be
go to
safe.
they may see me at a police station. That might not be good for me. Yeah, I didn't make that suggestion, and I had made her an offer at that point, so she might be willing to do that.
Yeah.
But it's just 100. I live in Tallahassee, Florida. She's just up in Georgia a little ways, and normally you see something that's halfway across the country. So finally, you kind of hit the jackpot if somebody's within driving distance.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's out there, and other than that, everything's good around here.
You could tell her to meet you in the swamp, somewhere out.
Well, that would be most of North Florida and South Georgia.
Yes.
That wouldn't narrow things down too much.
Now, I do have to ask you, what color is it?
It's gray.
Okay. Even the gray ones still look great, I think.
Yeah, I like that color. I think it's 1960 or 61.
Okay. Yeah.
But it is elite. I want an elite type.
Yes.
So it is a FPE.
Yeah. So I have an FPE, and I'm on the lookout for an FPS because Sean has told us to look for the S because those are special. So
I got one seized up, but it was an FPS, and I was like, oh crap, that means I got an interesting typeface, and it's double Gothic.
Oh,
so I need to clean that one up and get it working because it's something special. It was in the landfill. Somebody found it in a landfill, just had it as a decoration, and then gave it to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing shock.
Yeah, I hate to think how many typewriters have been just thrown away. Like I can understand scrapping them, for metal, but
man, I'm going to break your heart, and I may have told this already, but I work at a very large law firm, and we had a Selectric 3.
Stop.
We remodeled the firm. They just tore out all the walls, did everything, and then I was looking for the typewriter. I said, "Where's our typewriter?" They said, "Oh, we threw them all away. They threw them in the dumpster with all the construction material and everything. All the accessories, everything just went in the trash. Hundreds of Selectric.
Didn't even try to put the word out there, but then again, they're the people looking for these things are not, we're few and far between. We're kind of a small group, so it's really hard to give away all these excess newer typewriters.
And they wonder why
them for free.
They wonder why people stay around and haunt people after they die. I mean, all my typewriters today,
That's right.
So Stephen, if that ribbon goes to, what was it, March of '82, how long did they make the Selectric 3? Like how many more years of?
I think 1986.
Okay.
Was the last year.
And they made different versions. Like they made the IBM electric, and then they had numbers like 50, 75. I don't remember the exact numbers, but they were basically Selectrics, just renamed and with more features, like indexing keys and things like that. My boyfriend has one. I can't remember the exact number, but it's called IBM Electric. And I think it's like 75 or something like that. But it's basically an IBM Selectric too, but it has the 3, type balls.
Interesting.
The ones with the more characters. So there's other machines out there that are like the Selectric that are called by different names too.
Carlos mentioned, I think he said they had one called the Personal Typewriter, which was a Selectric that had 11-inch carriage.
Yeah.
But it was a hybrid of parts from all 3 different models, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah.
And someone thinks that they must have had tons of parts and came up with, the carriage off a Selectric 1, and then it's got the keyboard from a Selectric 2, and then it uses ribbons from a Selectric 3.
Wow.
It's kind of parts missing, but it's definitely smaller with that 11-inch carriage instead of having a 13 or 15.
Yeah, I've got the 13. It's not huge, but it's definitely my largest type.
Yeah.
I want to say, Eric, maybe I can come up there to Atlanta sometimes. That's not too far from Tallahassee.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
That
I
would be
saw when y'all
fantastic.
had that type in at the farmer's market. I saw that a couple months ago. I guess I'll do that every once or twice a year or something.
Well, so we're starting once a month, hopefully.
Okay, but prior to that, you were doing
prior to that, we're doing them at a railroad museum, and that was really cool. About twice a year. Used to be once a year. We moved to twice a year. Herman shows up to those, which is Herman Price, which is really awesome because it's an intimate group and get to talk to Herman for a whole day.
He's
but
in, what, Virginia?
yeah.
Not too far.
But then we just started doing these pop-ups at the farmers market. It's great. It's just get a whole, half a day of talking typewriters with people, and the community just grows. And it's so weird. I love typewriters for the analog thing, but the social media has connected me with so many people.
Right.
And it's just this opposing stuff, but it's so great to just connect with so many people with the same interest.
Yeah, definitely. So Stephen, it's sounding like you're a bit of a Selectric expert.
Oh, I am not. If you're talking to me, no. No, I got interested like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And
that makes you an expert.
Yeah, well, I've looked at a lot of them in the last 2 weeks. So.
Okay. So it was a crash course then.
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent.
So
yeah, that's some good information though.
Yeah, the good news is if you're pretty handy, all the documentation, the service manuals and all that stuff is still readily and freely available.
Yeah.
So if you feel like geeking out on Selectrics, all that info is still out there.
Yeah.
You can totally do it. It takes time, tools, but you can do it.
There's a guy up in Minneapolis that sells, he's an IBM tech and he sells refurbished ones, and I would probably get something like that because I guess they've got 2,800 parts to them, and I wouldn't be able to fix too many of them. So
yeah, there's people that 3D print parts for them nowadays. So there's definitely a community at Selectric people out there. So you're not out of luck if you get one that doesn't work, but you might have to do some homework or somewhere.
I used to work in what we call data processing in the 1980s, and IBM was such a force in business. They all wore the same clothes. They all said they just had an attitude and a way of doing business that was special at that time, and those machines were just awesomely designed. They had the best designers and engineers and crazy level of service, and it was just a big company back in the day.
Yeah, definitely. Very cool. Anything else new with you, Stephen?
No, we had some family in town this weekend, and they had some kids, and I got out my little Olympia Traveler. I figured I could risk that one. And so, yeah, we got some banging on the typewriters done, and
nice.
And yeah, I had some fun with that.
Yeah. Excellent.
But other than that, I'm still just enjoying the retirement thing.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm very happily retired.
One day.
I got my little part-time job. It's 10 hours a week. It's just exhausting.
Oh, good for you.
You show up and you get a little work done, you go home. And it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's all I have.
Okay. Excellent.
Thanks
well, it's
for
good
being on today. I like hearing from just all this other stuff. I was surprised when Carlos was talking about. I didn't know if this was a channel you should be talking about electric typewriters on or not, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I think
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what Brenda said earlier. We love all typewriters.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
the problem.
That is the problem.
But I just look at that doggone, that Selectric, and I just, you know, a little bit of drool starts to form, and I just can't get how that works. That's just amazing. It was amazing 40 years ago, and I still don't get how it goes that fast.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think that's what captured me as well. It was just like, at first I was like, oh, it looks too complicated. Like if something breaks, it's gonna take forever to fix. But then it like lures you in with all this complexity.
Yeah.
That must have rocked the world in 1961 when they came out with that type ball, and you could just pull it off and put on a different font.
Yeah.
When that had never been the case before. And
Well, no, actually, some of the really old ones had
yeah, there was the one with
the
the yeah.
The Hammond.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that technology existed, man.
I think-
Yeah, electronically with the clean carbon, yeah, it was amazing.
I think the biggest, I guess, innovative thing was that it allowed you to type faster, right? Because you didn't have the key,
Nothing got stuck.
hammer jamming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or knock over your coffee cup with the carriage.
Yeah, but you're right, just being able to change the font in just a few seconds that's probably one of the best features.
Yeah.
Then you would only need one typewriter,
Yeah.
right? And then maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should just go get one of those and then start collecting all the different.
Well, but you can't get 6 CPI though.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, we can't permit that.
Why is it a bad idea? No, I should just keep all the
Well, there are
typewriters.
typewriter collectors and then there are writers. Like if you're a writer, then yeah, one great typewriter that writes is fine, but most of us are collectors. Like we like the variety and the different machines. So that's why I could never just have one typewriter. It's not just about the writing, it's about the machines themselves.
Yeah. And each typewriter has its own feel, and that's to me is part of the joy of it is you know, having a different feel. So
There's an appreciation
Yeah.
aesthetic that goes with it. You can't limit yourself to the Selectric, but the Selectric functionally is probably as good as it gets.
Yeah. Yeah. And theoretically, you know, that could be your only typewriter, but where's the fun in that?
Where's the fun in that?
Well, because then you wouldn't have all these sitting around. You just have one, right?
You just need more shelves.
Just more simple, simplicity.
I'm looking at that shiny thing behind Eric, and I'm mesmerized by it. And so you can't do that with a Selectric.
Where do you get the glass keys?
Yeah.
Glass keys. I love the glass keys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shapes
Yeah,
and
I don't think
colors.
they made us electric in piano black, so
They do have black
They
though.
They have
have a
black, though.
electric.
Yeah.
They have black.
But it's not glossy like that.
No, it's not glossy.
yeah.
I was given one by a coworker, but I wanted it to be service, but it's still over there. So
Oh.
I'm okay with that for right now. So I couldn't begin to lift that thing. That's heavier than any of my SG1s. So
You know, I work with a lot of wealthy lawyers. I'm not a lawyer. I work at a law firm. I'm not a lawyer. And one partner in New York won the auction. He's got Jones' Selectric one from Mad Men, the one she used on the show.
Oh wow.
They auctioned off all the props. So
Wow.
he always rubs that in every time we get on a Zoom call.
Yeah, yeah. I know I think it was Sarah Everett that has a typewriter that was used as a prop.
Oh, in
IBM
one of those crime shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
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 And she was able to identify it because it has like something's bent on it.
Yeah.
It had a broken strip on the front, and
Yep.
she was able to match it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
So
that.
cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Maybe one day she'll be on here, but I know she's busy. So
Yeah, she has her own YouTube channel, Griffin.
oh yeah. She's probably too big for me.
But
though.
so does Joe, like, and he's
That's
on here
right.
all the time.
Yeah.
So, are there any other people that have YouTube channels?
Well, yeah, Ted theoretically has a YouTube channel. But
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
His is
Oh.
more like
Lynn's got her new one.
technique.
Oh yes.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
really
Doctor
enjoying this.
Typewriter guy.
I love
comes on
that one.
sometimes. I forget his
Yeah,
name.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Dr. Typewriter has been on.
Dirk.
Dirk, yes.
Yeah, Dirk.
Yes.
He comes on here sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So Sarah, no excuses. Come, join. Come talk with me. Typewriter.
I think for a lot of people, the timing of this
It
is a little
is.
odd, you know. So
Sundays, a lot of people do important family or
yeah. So I
church or
understand.
whatever stuff. Or maybe that's the only day they can go to the laundromat,
Exactly.
and they just listen instead of joining.
Speaking of the laundromat, I was going to debut one of my new typewriter T-shirts, but it's in the laundry. So
Oh,
That was a great segue.
I know, huh? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, all mine are in the laundry too.
Okay.
I only have 3. Well, I have 4. I only have 4, so
Okay.
I need more. One for
Yeah, there
each
you
day
go.
of the week in the summer.
You have
There
a
you
lot
go.
of people out there making typewriter T-shirts now. so-
Yes, yeah. A
Need one
lot.
for each typewriter.
Yeah. They,
Do you have a Type Pals way to do the Type Pals logo on T-shirts? Or
ooh, I'd wear that.
I do have it on. I have one designed. It's on Zazzle, but I'm not sure if I actually have it available to the public yet or not. I'll have to double
you
check
need to
that.
get on that. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
would totally sport a Type Pals T-shirt every time.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
There you go.
Required
So-
uniform.
Yeah.
So Gregory, is that one I saw, like chicken peckers or something like that?
That's a newer one, but there's another one with the actual Typewriter logo.
Okay, because I wasn't gonna buy that one. I mean,
I may not wear a shirt that says chicken pecker on it.
personal preference. I'm just saying that, if that's the one, it's like, oh, okay. But if you have another one, I might look at it.
Yeah, there will be more, but I in all honesty, I did that one completely for myself because I'm proud to be a chicken pecker. So.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool. I don't know. I wear white socks though, so I guess why should I be embarrassed about chicken peckers?
There you go.
Oh,
man. In fact, I asked my wife, is it wrong to wear a shirt that says chicken peckers on it? She said no.
If it has a picture of a typewriter, then no.
Yes,
But if
yeah.
there's no typewriter on there, then yeah, it is a little weird.
Yeah.
I may make a different version of it that just has the image of the 2 fingers on the typewriter.
Oh yeah.
For those that don't want to wear chicken peckers on their shirt.
It depends on the picture for sure.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm a hunting pecker.
Yeah, I think that's what most people say, but I think I got the term chicken peckers, I think, from my grandma, and she was born in the West Indies and came to the US when she was young, and for several years my grandparents were missionaries down in South America. So with all these things, I think my grandma was a little odd. She would say things in weird ways. So
Yeah, chicken
Did
bones.
your
and
grandma? Sorry, my grandma always used to say, "You're gonna get a licking."
Yeah.
Which meant you're going to get a spanking. And I said that to one of my friends. He goes, "What?" And I said, "Oh, just never mind. Everything isn't sexual all the time, okay?" To him, it is. But
Context is everything.
Oh yeah.
All about the context.
I have a story about that with my mom, but I don't think I can say it with our ratings.
Yeah. We want.
Well, I'll post that in our Facebook.
Although when we had your song, you had the word ass in there, so it wasn't G.
Well, ass is not a bad word.
I know.
Not in its context, right?
3 letters.
Yeah.
So yeah.
3 letter, not 4 letter.
Yeah. But no, my mother's Chinese, and she was complimenting someone about something they had made that was really handmade, that was really nice. And so she's like, "Oh, that's such a great hand." And the next word started with the J, a nice hand J. And she kept saying, yeah. So sometimes language doesn't translate well.
Context is everything.
Yeah.
We can imagine what word that is.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
Oh, very cool.
So yeah, hunt and peck is what I've always heard too.
Yeah.
That's how my dad types.
That's how I type.
Yeah.
Well, we have to unite as chicken peckers.
Yeah.
That's right.
As long as you're using typewriters, it's all that matters.
Chicken diapers. I've never heard that one.
Oh man. And then you have Joe. No, it wasn't Joe. It was Ted. He says he uses 2 fingers from.
Wow.
And so that's.
I guess that would be true chicken typing. Because don't they have 2 or do they have 3 toes? 2.
I think 3.
Tyrannosaurus.
Yeah, I think 2 in the front and 2 in the back, or 1 in the back rather, something like that. I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I've seen a chicken, so.
1 in the back and 3 in the front.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you.
Like a upside down peace sign is what they say.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Thank you.
A video of a chicken typing.
Oh, there you go.
I bet there's one out there.
We're on the verge of getting chickens again, so I'll take a machine out.
Oh, cool.
I don't think I would take mine in the chicken coop. They're too messy.
Yeah, my daughter
I have some pretty dirty typewriters I could sacrifice for.
There you go. There you go. It'll be worth it. I remember as a kid going to like a carnival or whatever, and they had this attraction, I guess you would call it, where it involved, I don't even remember specifically how it worked, but it involved a chicken pecking on these little buttons, I guess you'll call them. And I don't even remember what it did. It's a very vague memory. I was very, very young, but I do remember the chicken pecking on the little buttons.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, they come with their own whiteout.
There you go. Oh man, we collected in a bottle.
With a little squeeze.
Oh man. Oh, Rich. Oh, let's see. Christoph, how are you doing?
Don't be any whiteout from Rich.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fine, on you?
Good.
It's a good day today because I have electricity.
Oh.
Yeah. I have the cable, and it works perfectly.
Wow.
Nice.
I like the look of those.
Yeah. Those are made by Nakajima, right? It looks Nakajima-ish.
Oh, I love that little light.
I just have to change the corrective ribbon. Okay, I have to change the correction ribbon. I think it's easy to find on the internet, and I have to change main ribbon, ink ribbon.
Yeah.
But the machine is absolutely clean. No dust, no dirt, no nothing.
In the bottom,
Fantastic.
that's like some kind of spongy material, right? In the bottom there.
Yeah.
It looks kind of sparkly. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the exact same one.
Yeah, it's like some kind of foam or something. So it's not dirt in there.
Very nice.
Oops. Ah.
I think my dad had one of those.
It's very, very good typewriter.
Yeah.
If you remember, I bought it for free, €3, $3.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, and I'm very surprising by the touch. Everything works. It's the margin system is very funny to use. And no, very, very fantastic machine. I'm very very happy to use it soon when I will have some good ribbons.
Christoph, I don't know if they ship internationally, but Ribbons Unlimited has them and the
Yeah.
correcting.
Yeah.
I have some. I think they might work for your typewriter.
Let me
I'm
add
not
you.
sure, but I
I
have
found
some excess stuff.
yeah,
I would be happy to
I found some
give you.
ribbons on for very cheap on the internet here in
Okay.
France.
Okay,
I will
good.
purchase it this week.
Excellent.
So I think the most difficult thing is to find the good ink ribbon, because I saw many models from Canon, or I have to be careful when I purchase to purchase a good model, but it's very, very, very good machine.
Excellent.
Up.
Yeah.
And yesterday I was in a yard sales. I found Hermes baby.
Oh.
But but I didn't purchase it because the woman said, "Oh, Hermes is 500 euro on the internet, so I sold you this for 50." I say no. The touch were in bad conditions. It was very, very dirty, extremely dirty. I say no. No, thank you. The next time, I think. But I'm happy. I have the Hermes 3000. It's
Yeah.
better.
Definitely. Very cool.
Ah, my little monster.
Oh. Cute.
It's not mine. Ah,
oh, okay.
He will return at his home tomorrow.
Oh.
It destructs everything in my house.
Oh, I bet.
But it's a good pet.
Yeah. Excellent.
So that's all for me.
Okay.
Next week I will have a very big weekend of antique and yard sales. I think I will have 5 or 6 sales in the area, in the region.
Okay.
It will be very. I think I will see a lot of typewriters.
Hopefully, yeah. Excellent.
But no, I have to stop to buy because I have no place at home. It's finished.
Yeah.
But for the moment, I can't. Except if I find a very, very fantastic machine to a very, very fantastic price. But I will not purchase new items in next weeks or next month.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
I have a quick question, and maybe Steven, our resident IBM expert, can answer. Why do we still have carbon ribbons? I guess I'm just worried that if you down the line they eventually stop making them, because
nylon seems like it would be more longer lasting because you can always re-ink them when they dry. Mm-hmm. Well, carbon ribbons just type so crisp and clean. Just like a computer printer, I think is the main reason. And in the long run, they were probably cheaper to produce.
Yeah.
As well.
And it does that weird thing where
they have a very,
it types one letter and then the next letter is right below it or something.
Yeah.
So it
it
uses as much of that.
Yeah, there's
carbon.
no comparison with the crispness of a carbon ribbon. And you can find carbon ribbons for regular typewriters too, the standard schools. They're rarer, but they're out there. Like this typewriter came with one.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, there was only like 6 feet left of the ribbon. And once, use it once, it's done. But the type was just perfect. Like it came out of a printer. And I think that's the main sell with those. But, you're right. The longevity is not.
Yeah. I do have to say that out of all the carbon ribbons, the IBM Selectric are probably going to be the last to go. So there's that. But I would say just stock up while you can.
Yeah, if you like the typewriter, buy a whole bunch like I did.
Yeah. But I'm assuming there's still, a reasonable number of businesses that are using IBM Selectrics.
Yeah.
Because
the place I bought mine.
Like the business repair place here in Riverside, the only typers they'll still work on are IBM Selectrics. So I contacted them about a manual typewriter, and they said, "Oh, we don't do those anymore."
Those ancient things.
Yeah. So I think there's hope that you won't run out of ribbon anytime soon, but definitely stock up.
I mean, there is a limited supply technically, but there's probably a lot more out there than people actually using this.
Yeah.
So if you do fall in love with this electric, then do what I did. Just buy dozens of them.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
They'll find anonymous boxes full of Selectric.
Yes. Yeah. Shout it from the top of the mountains. You love typewriters, and things will just start showing up randomly and anonymously into your doorstep, literally. There are a lot of people, I think more people don't care about typewriters than do care about typewriters.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people don't like to just throw things away if they think, oh, this might be good for somebody. And then when they hear somebody go, typewriter, 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 they're like, oh, here you go. So just tell everybody that you love typewriters.
Yeah.
Even go to schools, businesses, colleges, news stations, ask them if they have any old junky typewriters in the back that nobody wants.
Yeah.
Go look for them. That might be where you could find 6 CPI, Brenda. Maybe go to libraries and news stations and see if there's a stash somewhere.
You could start a new series called The Typewriter Hunter.
There you go.
Yeah.
Crikey.
That's the official name of typewriter database people. You're the typewriter hunters.
Yeah.
Makes it sound like we have those funky explorer hats and the camo. Yeah, Brenda, you and I could go together on that one.
Yeah, we could.
We're close.
We have your super magnifying goggles.
Diane, do you remember seeing the one gal that was running for like mayor or something of St. Louis? And she says on the news, and when I take over, I'm going to throw all the typewriters in the garbage. And I said, I'm not voting for her, but I better go down and check the dumpster.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You're going to throw all the typewriters in the garbage? I thought, oh my God. I don't think she ever got in there anywhere, but I thought, well, I bet you that City Hall has a ton of typewriters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They probably do.
They still use them at the probate court. I had to take care of a will one time, and I kept hearing the typewriters, and that they use them to fill out all the forms still.
Yeah.
That's why we had them at the law firm, was filling out government
forms and
Yeah. Right.
And our local repair shop, they have a lot of business. They do a lot of business calls where they go to the business to fix the machines.
Mhm.
So
yeah, I had a job in the early 2000s where I had to fill out bills of lading for shipping, and the only good way was to use the typewriter to get all those multiple carbon copies.
Yeah.
So there are places, banks still use typewriters.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's getting rarer, but they
Yeah.
are still out there.
I was remembering that Sarah Everett was in one of her videos. She talked about she sold 10 of her typewriters, and one of them was going to someone that worked for the city, and they wanted to use it to fill out the marriage licenses.
Yeah.
So that's very cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's why you need a cursive typewriter. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Yeah. Very cool.
I know my the preacher or whatever at my church, she's got a couple of typewriters she wants to give to me.
Oh.
It's like I sent her a text before I came on. I'm like, send me pictures, because I'm curious. But right now, before I have this hip surgery, I'm not gonna. It's like I don't want to be lifting anything heavier than maybe a Smith Corona. It's like right now, whatever's on my desk in the other room, which is my double Gothic SG1, is staying there. It's not moving.
A lot of times church typewriters are cursive because they do them for the bulletins and stuff.
Yeah. Excellent. Very cool. Well, Diane, you should snatch up the typewriters while you can before your surgery.
I made the mistake of declaring that I was going to get rid of some typewriters, and people.
You did it. That's what more.
And now 3 typewriters later, like they have come. Two of which were given to me. One person didn't even want the to be paid back for the shipping. Yeah.
Wow.
So I have some new typewriters to share when it's my turn.
Excellent. That will be very soon. All right. Rich, how are you doing?
Great, thank you. Still having typewriter fun. In fact, I got another one the day before yesterday, which is another upright. I showed you one of my 2 weeks ago upright, but this other one is kind of frustrating. I didn't need another typewriter.
Whoa. That one in front of you is really nice.
Oh, wow.
So there's really only one reason I got this. It's because when I saw it online, it was a desert sand color. And they had about 5 or 6 or whatever number of pictures, and they were all a desert sand color. And, with my military background, I kind of like that. So that's the only reason I bought it, besides the fact that and it said it was in working condition, but needed a good going over. So when I say it's working condition, that's kind of an alarm. I can't know what to trust. What people who don't do typewriters call working condition,
Yeah.
So anyway, this is I can't find the serial number on it. I found stamped number 28 on the inside, and if that's the serial number, then that makes this a 1900. But I can't. I'm looking for somebody with expertise to help me, because I've scoured the inside with a flashlight and everything. And that's the only number I can find stamped on.
Move the carriage over to the left, and it should be on the right, underneath the carriage.
I don't have a flashlight in here.
Have a phone?
Yeah, I do. I've never used it for a flashlight, so I have to figure out how to get that screen open. But while I'm looking for that, there are some issues. When they say it works, the keys go, and fortunately, the drawband seems to have has enough pressure, but the ribbon vibrator doesn't move, so I can't type with anything. It didn't have any, and I knew it didn't have any ribbon spools on it, but I'm wondering if it takes universal. I'm not. It doesn't work right even with the universal. So I have to research that. Say again.
So some of the standards, you have to have special spools.
Yeah, so now I have to figure out which they are.
I think Underwoods are pretty. They're pretty good about not having super standard stuff like Royal and Smith and LC Smith are good about. You can't flip the Royal or the LC Smith over. The Underwood, they didn't have anything special like that I know of.
And then just routing. So what I did put on the inside, I routed the tape or the spool. It goes backwards, so it comes in from the front. And I don't have any other typewriters that do that, so I'm only presuming I put it in properly, but then it doesn't spin right because it doesn't go all the way down.
I have one typewriter where you put it in backwards, but I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up an Underwood manual. You might have that in backwards, but did you find the serial number? It should be there on the right, underneath the platen.
I'm gonna figure out where this flashlight is. I don't see it.
Is it an iPhone?
No.
Oh.
Android.
You should be able to swipe down from the top and get a menu which might have a flashlight in it.
Yeah, I just did that, and there's 2 pages of menus, and
there's 2 pages of menus.
Here it is. Yep.
There you go.
Too bad I don't have a better table.
Yeah.
It's called a laptop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where on here do you say?
It should be along when you're looking at it, and I'm going to try and show you where it is. It's kind of like here's your it'll be on the right. It's like here's your carriage. It's on here. It's like on a plate that's on the top of it's underneath the platen, underneath the carriage on the right side.
Yeah. Nope. There's no plate there.
It's not under. It's on the top of the machine, but it should be underneath the carriage.
Okay, I found it. It's covered in grime.
It's covered in grime. Yep.
Definitely not a desert sand. It's more of a business gray. And I got really upset about that when I opened it. I didn't send them a note yet. I'm trying to see if I'm even going to like this. But so I started working on it. And it's kind of growing on me a little bit. But
yeah, it surprisingly they will. I don't know why, but they've kind of grown on me as well.
Could love it like one of my own, right?
Yeah, kind of.
So anyway, that's another couple-hour project, and hopefully I can get through it. But I don't know how. I guess maybe their lighting when they took the pictures was incandescent lights or something, and it made it kind of yellowish, and it's kind of a bummer. I thought that was rather unique when I purchased it, but that was the only other typewriter news I've got.
Yeah, the Underwood, and I would suggest downloading the instruction manual off of Richard Holt's site, because it's like, yeah, I can show you this all day long on an iPad, but until you have it in front of you, it does feed kind of funky. It kind of feeds through the front, then around through the back and around, and anyway.
Yeah, so you know what? That's actually how I did it. The only catch is the spool that I've got, you can't make it spin that direction. It's got red and white, so it has to go face a certain way down, and those spin the opposite direction. So that's why maybe if I just use black, but then you can turn them over. But it's got a kind of cool selector switch for the right here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But the problem is it worked fine yesterday when I took it out of the box. Right now it's frozen. And it's really, you talk about getting sucked into this thing. The more I opened it to look for things, you just start tinkering, and you know something's causing it to not move, but you got to follow the breadcrumb trail,
Yeah.
You do, and there's also a on, I think on Richard Holt's site, there's also another one called How to Repair. Let's see if I can complete instructions. How to repair, rebuild, and adjust Underwood typewriters.
Really? Oh, cool.
Yep, I've downloaded all these things to my iPad, and it will definitely help. It will definitely help you to kind of help you figure, kind of learn what you're looking at, and kind of take you through kind of the things you might want to troubleshoot, and it even might, I think one of them actually says, if this is, it's like, you have a problem with slanting. For me, it was slanting text. Well, I didn't find this till well after my machine's been sitting in the shop, but maybe if I'd had this, I could have figured out my slanting text problem, but I don't have the machine right now. So,
got a rubber issue?
I don't know. I can't tell you because I really haven't read it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's like all sorts of stuff like that in there. I was using it to troubleshoot something else on one of my Underwood 3s, and I was able to get them both running to the point where they were actually working. And one of them looked a lot rustier than the other one did. The one with the double Gothic typeface looked considerably rustier than the other. Well, they both look pretty rusty when I got them.
It's rewarding to get them working again.
I'm sorry.
It's rewarding to get them working.
It really is. And I don't really know why, but it is.
It's pretty satisfying. I think the hardest thing I've got here is the ribbon vibrator. It doesn't move at all. So something's not connected. I had something like that before on whichever one of these typewriters it was, and I found out just by looking at it, it looked like there was a wire that was not connected to something, but I couldn't figure out what it belonged to or where it would connect. And so I kind of bent it a little bit and made it fit the nearest thing I think it should work, and everything started working. So it was, I was kind of taking a chance. I was like a little stressed. Well, should I bend it? Would I ruin it if I was wrong? It just made it work, and it just kind of did. So,
but yeah, that's why I suggested these two things off of Richard Holt's site. So you can't go wrong, even if it's old. You've got old literature, and they're the ones who did it back in the day.
Well, thanks for helping me find the serial number.
Yeah, definitely.
I would have had to clean it off completely before I found that.
Yeah. You'll have to tell us what year it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll look that up. That is, I probably need a scrub brush, wire brush.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty covered up there. So, hey Eric, I got a pen you might like.
What's that? Hey, I like that a lot.
Oh, cool.
Very cool.
When I got this, the ink was all dried out, so I had to go find and had to dismantle a Bic and stick the new.
That's great.
Excellent.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Marcella. Hi.
Hey,
Welcome.
thank you. Haven't been here for a couple of weeks. Been like going on Sundays to get typewriters.
Oh,
Hey, awesome.
Excellent. All right. Kara, how are you doing? I think you said you had some typewriters to show us, right?
Yeah, you have a lot.
I do. I know. May's being the most he knows. So.
I know about it, but I love seeing them all over again. Show us your typewriters.
So of course, having made the statement of I need to get rid of a bunch of typewriters, they started flying into the house, and two of them, well, actually one of them's not here. It's coming today. My old childhood friend messaged me and said, my father died. I'm bringing you his typewriter. I was like, please don't. But I haven't seen that yet. I believe, and she's like, oh, he wrote his master's thesis on it, and the.
Oh.
Let me interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people give away their parents, grandparents' typewriters. Like they're crazy. If I had my grandmother's, you're like, yeah. Okay.
Sewing machine, anything. Yeah.
Yeah, anything. Carry on.
I know. And they've told me more than once that he wrote his thesis on it. And but they have no need for typewriters, I guess. And and I said, I would love to see it, and I can't keep it, and I'm going to take some typewriters up to Portland next week. I can ask Anthony, he probably wouldn't give me much, and they're like, just take it. I don't care what you do with it. We don't want it. So they just need to get rid of stuff, I think.
Yeah. Well, and part of it, they want to give it to someone who will appreciate typewriters, and that makes them feel better.
I know.
The only other option is to throw them away. It's like, do I throw them away? Do I sell them, or do I give them to a typewriter lover? So. Here we are.
And I mean,
give us all your typewriters.
I knew their dad. I mean, we grew up.
Sorry about your granddad, but
we grew up a block away from each other, and I knew their dad and stuff. He was part of my childhood, so it's it has meaning to me too. But it's also not. I think it's an Underwood, and I don't collect Underwoods, and I'm feeling really burdened by having too many machines that I don't have time to clean and use and keep in order. So. Which is why I made the statement that then brought several typewriters flowing in. So, and then I got a text from a former neighbor in San Diego who we had bonded over. He had showed me his Corona Standard from the 40s, and I was telling him about it when I met him and stuff. Anyway, and we left there, and anyway, he texted me the other day, and he's like, "I need to let this go. Do you want it?" And I was like, actually, I'm trying to get rid of typewriters, but let me think about it. But then of course, because I already have one that's like it. I have a 41 and his is a 44. But anyway, he ended up sending it to me and not even wanting to be paid back for the shipping. So I had to sort of.
Was that a 6 CPI also?
It's not, but
nice,
it's
yeah. I like those.
It's beautiful. It's just kind of your classic. It has
standard.
Yes, it's a standard. It has some issues. You can see the knob is broken and the shift doesn't stay. But so that's the one that Paul sent me. Thank you, Paul. But this is the one I have already. So they're kind of twinsies.
Well, on the bright side, we know what to do with typewriters. When people give us free typewriters, we know how to redistribute them.
Yeah, so I don't know. I might have to get permission from him to.
You're responsible for putting that back out.
But the other one was actually a bucket list machine. As some of you know, Katie Federley from the Facebook groups and stuff. And months ago, I had mentioned wanting one of these, and she out of nowhere, she just messaged me on Facebook and said, here, and she connected me to the guy that was selling it on Facebook Marketplace, who was somebody that she knew who's in Minnesota. And but he didn't want to ship it. Well, and I have some family in the Twin Cities, and he offered to drive it to them. But Katie's also in the Twin Cities. So she received the typewriter from this guy. I jumped on it because it was obviously in really good shape and clean, and she knew him and trusted him, and it was a great price. And so he drove it to her house a couple hours each way, and then she packed it up and shipped it to me. And I got to say, this is probably the most beautiful shape of any machine. This may be the most beautiful machine in my mind that has ever come into my possession, but
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Talking about piano black, my goodness.
right, look how shiny it is. Look at the
Beautiful.
key rings and stuff, and it's clean and everything. And even though it's a carriage shift, which I hate, it's like, look at that.
Very light. They're very light.
Yeah.
And
That's
I
And
love that typewriter. And
what
those
makes
are the
this
best
even more
typewriters to get.
exciting, and of course it has the cool gull wing
Oh,
things, right?
love.
Every time I use it, my wife last night was like, "Oh, look, can I play with your new typewriter?" I said, "Did you wash your hands?"
Right.
Is it royal and
First things
silver?
first.
Does
But,
it say
so,
royal on it?
but
Does it say royal on it behind the paper?
yes, it does.
It's in silver. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
So this is, I thought, when I first saw it, I thought it was a P, but it's a deluxe. It's the
Oh, it's even better.
1934,
Really?
right? They call it the prototype. And I thought, I
Yeah.
think Ted's on here, so he can maybe speak to this, but
Yes.
I think they only made them in 34. And it was before they started doing all the
Royal A-Os. And
yeah,
stuff.
so it's
the predecessor to the Royal A. Does it have tabs?
It is an A. I mean, it's an A/deluxe.
But it has the P body, but the A.
Right. Which is that whole thing that I feel like Royal does, where they just have extra pieces lying around and they're like, well, here, let's just put these together until we run out.
People were Franken machinings long before we started.
Right. Royal particularly seems like it. And I seem to end up with these machines that are like, well, it's almost a thing, but they put this thing on it because it was, I don't know, a holiday or
Serial
something.
number doesn't quite match. Yeah.
But so
it's beautiful.
Yeah,
sure.
and even look at the decals in the back is so
like pristine.
Yeah, I can see myself in the typewriter.
right?
Literally.
Crazy.
What's the serial number?
A415012.
A415012.
Yeah.
I have a 33, but for some reason I don't have the serial number on my spreadsheet. So I'm gonna go look that up.
Yeah, I want to know so they're related. Anyway, and then there's a yet unseen Underwood coming this afternoon sometime, but I decided, and part of what's daunting about letting go of machines is I don't want to sell ones if they're not in good working order, but part of why I want to get rid of some of them is they're not in good working order and I can't be bothered. And then the whole shipping and stuff. And I just messaged Anthony up at Typespace because I'm going to Portland next week, not this coming week, the week after. And I just messaged him. I said, hey, can I just bring you some machines and give them to you and you can give me some ribbons? How's that sound? And he's like, sure. But he also said, I can always use parts machines. And I was like, these aren't parts machines. You're supposed to fix them.
Yeah.
But if I give them to, yeah. Well, we'll see. Whatever he does with them, it's not my problem. But anyway, so now I'm busy combing through the ranks to see who's gonna be cut loose.
Yeah, it's like a typewriter existential crisis. Like,
it is.
We only can type on so many, and I feel guilty for having ones that sit and never being loved. So maybe it is. Maybe I have a responsibility as a typewriter fan to not hoard them and give them back out and try to do type-ins and get people who've never seen typewriters before,
I did used to think, okay, I'll hang on to extra machines that I'm not that attached to, because then I'll do a type-in someday and then I won't mind if somebody's jamming the keys or whatever. But
teach your typing class. Yeah.
The odds of me actually doing a type-in are really remote because I'm just over. I've organized way too many events in my life. Yeah, I think I'm just tired. I don't really like people anymore. I don't want crowds. And I don't really like touching my typewriters.
When you work full time, it's really hard to find the time to really do that sort of thing with typewriters. So you have to have a lot of extra time. You have to be retired or maybe be a school teacher in the summertime.
There you go.
Right.
Coming up on that, are you?
Yeah.
I'm
seriously
kind of in that
thinking.
boat right now.
When
It's come to a point that you're asking yourself, when are you collecting or hoarding?
Yeah, right.
I
That
have like so many. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it, because you can only type on so many, and then you ultimately have your favorites that you always use,
Yeah.
and the rest just sit there and look pretty, but you know, they're not getting used. And maybe turn on some of your friends, family members, like really start convincing people, you know. Sometimes I feel like we keep it a secret because sometimes people think it's weird, but if we convince them that it's not weird, that, you know, having a typewriter, and once they start using them, then I don't know, start with the people closest to you and
they always
give them away.
They always give me typewriters. It's hard to give
I
them
know.
away to people who are giving them to me.
I've only given a few, only close family members. So, yeah, but they
Yeah,
don't,
and
they don't
I'm
use
not
them, and
sure.
I still haven't gotten a letter yet from
I was
them.
going to say, right? And then they don't
Right?
type you a letter, or you don't know if they still have
They
them.
just
And it
put them
gets
on a
really-
shelf, and they're like, "Oh, it's pretty. It's a typewriter." You know,
You're like,
which
well, at least they're
I
not.
have to admit, some of mine are that way too. I have typewriters on the shelf as well that are pretty, and it's a typewriter. And then I have the you know, the humble ones that work really well that I actually type on.
Yeah, I gave my
So-
sister a typewriter and I got a thank you note. She hand wrote it.
Aw, that's what I'm waiting for.
It's like
unclear on the concept. I tried to give a friend of mine a typewriter, and he got home and he was like, "Oh, actually, I'm trying to get rid of stuff. I don't really have any room for a typewriter." I'm like, "Who doesn't have room for a typewriter?"
Yeah,
Like, how about a skywriter?
Whole room for typewriters.
Yeah, I recently had a friend ask me, she's like, "I want a typewriter." I'm like, "Oh, well, you know," it's like, "What kind? What do you want to do?" She's like, "Honestly, I just want it for decoration on the shelf." I'm like, I don't have any of those. I make
my
them
biggest
work, and
problem-
if you're not going to use it, I'm not going to give it to you. You know, like you're just going to have to find yourself a, you know, something else and wipe it down and put it on your shelf. But some people
my
like the
biggest-
looks of them, and you know, so.
Yeah.
I think
I
there's
think
different
hoarding-
levels. There's room for everyone. Like, you know, we
I
should,
have a couple decorating the living room because I have no room for them.
yeah.
But my biggest problem is that I keep buying parts machine, and when I get them, they're perfect, and I'm like, I can't destroy this machine.
I have some of those too. Or you
I
have
have
a
some of
favorite,
those too.
right? I have a favorite, and then I got several more like it just in case. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
I don't really need that many 1941 Royal PDLs.
I'm of the opinion that hoarding is when you have a fear of not having enough of something. And I don't fear that I don't have enough typewriters, so it's okay. You know? I mean, you know, if
Good
it bothers
distinction,
you,
Larry.
Yeah, it's just, I like the typewriters, you know, I just like trying different ones. And I think that's one of the things we all have in common. We like the variety, to try different ones and have that super rare model in good condition.
Yeah.
And
Why is it
I don't
hard
know if
to
you
let
guys
go
are
of?
like, I don't know if you guys are like this, but I got this week. I got one of those Hermes 3000 from the Type Space. He shipped it to me in Oregon. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But now I got the round one, and now I want the boxy one. And then I want with this typeface, and then that typeface. Next thing you know, you have 5 of them.
Right.
Exactly. Because why stop at one when 5 is better? Because then you get all the permutations, right? Because it's not enough to have a 41 PDL, but I need an Aristocrat, and I need a 1940 and then 1939. Yeah.
Well, I don't really
Maybe
see it as a
brown one.
problem. I just see it as we just need to find each other and all talk about typewriters and enjoy the thing we have.
And voila, here we are.
It's not a problem. It doesn't feel like a problem. Like I'm not getting, you know, broke or sick, or not yet anyway.
Well,
I
we
used all the toxic stuff outside. Yeah. But, you know, but sometimes like other people kind of think it's crazy because they're not into typewriters. But it's okay.
I just want to say the friend of mine that doesn't have room for a typewriter is because he has like 5 bicycles in his living room. So I'm like, Well, I have a suggestion.
Like my
And
sister
again-
has way more shoes than typewriters. I guarantee.
Right, and you can only ride one bike, and you can only wear one pair of shoes at a time,
Yeah.
and you can only type on one typewriter at a time.
Yep. Was there anything else new with you, Karen?
I'm sure there is, but
How's your I'm not sure what you're calling it, but your little room out back.
the studio, not a she
yes.
shed.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The sunroom.
It's almost
Sunroom.
it's almost done. It's actually going to be for clay, not typewriters. Now, where's Sean?
Oh.
He was supposed to give me all these like ideas for how to combine clay and typewriters, but hasn't done it yet. I'm
Oh,
still
different
puzzling
room.
with that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I have the museum in what used to be what's a dining room in a normal house,
Oh yes. Yeah.
and then we have the studio out back, and that'll be
These are
fun.
my goals.
Well,
Yeah.
I collect
there's-
tiki mugs, but I could use a ceramic typewriter tiki mug. That would be
There you go.
All right, there you go.
incredible.
I'll start taking orders when I get set up. What typewriter themed pottery
Make me a
piece
skull.
would
Make me a skull one with the teeth of the skull are the
Ooh.
keys of the
Typewriter
typewriter.
keys, yeah.
Yeah,
Sweet.
that's what I want.
Yeah, you guys are okay. Oh, good one, Diane.
Yeah.
So mug with a cat and a typewriter. There you go. Oh, that's from Sean. Well then.
Yep, that came from Sean.
So that's what is that if that's what he's thinking about, that's not what my things will look like, I can promise you. Not as shiny. But yes, I'm going more the direction of we had to dig out holes for the posts for the grape arbor that we rebuilt, and then I realized that wasn't dirt, it was clay. And so yeah, so we're going more the wild clay route, I think.
Okay.
Not as white and shiny as that, but we'll see. Maybe there's like wild clay meets typewriter somehow. We'll find out. It could be a video or a performance art piece or something.
There you go. Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Excellent.
Nice
Well,
to
thank you
see
so much
y'all.
for being here, Carrie.
Always good to see you.
Yeah. Dan, how are you doing? We haven't seen you in a while.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah,
Hello.
you're back.
Hello. I'm back. I don't know where I've been, but obviously I'm back. No, it's great to be back. I have a ton of things to do, as we all, but the last month has really been hustle. So it's I'm putting together my marriage in August. So that's much of the time has went to that. So finally the invitations are out. So I'm a little bit free now to do something else, but it's been a hectic month.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Thank you very much. And I'm gonna yeah, thank you. I'm gonna typewrite all the placing cards, which gonna be like 75, probably the night before. So
Congratulations! I haven't seen the invitation yet. Did you just?
I wanted to do something special for you, Larry. So it's gonna take a while.
Is there going to be a typewriter at your wedding that guests can
Yeah.
type your little message?
Yeah.
Yes, exciting.
Definitely. So it's very nice, and so that's the thing. And I just this evening I bought a Jello Canary Jello Adler Tippa S. So it's waiting for that from the 70s. So it's that's the latest one in the collection. It's looking forward. It's very sparkly Jello. So I don't know what it's going to do to my eyes, but might be good after all. So that's what's happening basically. It's life moves on, but it's going to be nice. And I'm going to pick the two typewriters from the wedding. It's going to be they're gonna be manhandled, I think. So it's I'm gonna bring two workhorses because I think they're gonna have to work rather rough. So it's well, it's nice. So it's otherwise it's everything is nice from the now on. We got summer in Sweden now for about 1 month, and so then we're off to snow again almost. But it's nice to collect and just sit out and write. It has been a very chilly May, so it's nice to get out now. Excellent. Nice to see you guys. I've been missing you Sundays, but it's been a hassle. But now I'm free.
Very good, very good. And of course, it's always good seeing you.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Du kommer från Sverige. Kommer du från Sverige?
Very nice, yes.
Ja, jag talar lite svenska. Jag talar lite svenska. Jag bodde i Sverige några år sedan. Jag gick i skolan i Göteborg.
We're gonna talk Swedish now for a... De har inte en aning om vad vi pratar just nu. You don't have any idea what we're saying now.
Sometimes you just call us.
You're smiling. It's probably
had to practice. I had to take the chances to say Sverige, Sweden. I was like, I don't get to practice very often. I mean, it's been years since I went to school there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
Nice.
All my Swedish comes from the Muppets.
Yeah. If you go here, you will do just all right. It will take you far. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey Eric. Speaking of the Muppets, are you on Facebook?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. The reason I ask is because I'm friends with this guy Gilchrist, who he's the original animator for the Muppets. He draws all kinds of stuff, and he was good friends with Jim Henson, forever.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's a real interesting guy. He plays guitar and sings too, which is really actually
artistic.
Excellent. All right. Ted, how are you doing?
I'm all right. Sorry I was late. I'm about 2 days out from a COVID booster, so I've been doing this weird sleep pattern thing. So
me too. That's why my brain's kind of fuzzy. Yeah. No booster.
But I had to come on because I told Bill Wall down at Mesa Typewriter Exchange that I would be on this morning. So apparently he is watching.
Oh, that's awesome.
And in fact, just before I got my shot, I went down to his shop because he wanted to show me a Triumph Matura that had a weird data port, and it was a machine from the 50s. So we knew it wasn't like a data port. So I had to go down there and take it apart and examine it and see what it was. And it's like a 5-pin round type plug that plugs into the side of the machine. And we were trying to figure out what it was. And so we took it apart and like traced all what it hooked up to and everything. And it turns out that it has a circuit board with a couple capacitors and a resistor on it. And the 5 lines go to that, and then to what I think is a pressure sensitive switch, because it's like 6 copper blades, like all stacked on top of each other, so that when you push up the button that activates it, like if you push it just a little bit, it activates a couple blades, and if you push it more, it activates more blades. And the machine itself only has 2 buttons that hook up to this device, and it's on like an SM4, you would see the tab set and clear on either side of the space bar. This has the same thing, except it was like an X and an O, and you had to push the O key for the X key to even push it all. It's just a lock. But when you push the X key, it was kind of pressure sensitive, and we think that what that was for was like it controlled an electric copy holder. Like if you had copy on a thing that you needed to type up what it said on the thing, you had this button where you could control like an arm that would go and steadily go down the the face of the copy, so you could just read one line at a time.
Yeah.
And it was electrically controlled from the keyboard, we think. So this is a total guess, but it's just a fascinating thing that I saw there that I was kind of interested in. It was a unique little kind of device. It was a factory thing too. It was completely installed at the factory.
That sounds right on, Monk. You know, I've ripped apart a lot of Leslie's, and I've ripped apart a lot of big Hammond keyboards and whatnot. And some of those circuits were set, so they had to go through the pedal. So you had to plug it. I suspect it's a connector. It looks like a tube socket.
Yeah, it's like a 5-pin thing. Looks like an old Commodore serial port thing.
Right. And they were real big on that. And you had to have the pedal plugged in for it to operate correctly. They might have made like a bypass, but that was not uncommon at that time. They were just piggybacking or playing off of Hammond and Leslie technology, you know, musical instrument technology. So I think that's really cool. Good for you.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything that they would need capacitors for other than starting and stopping a motor. Or a flash bulb. I mean, you got to store power in those capacitors to do something. And I don't know, maybe they were setting up like a target launcher thing.
It's probably just a power ramp up and a power ramp down. So
yeah, that's
on the motor and circuit.
Kind of what we're thinking. But
not uncommon.
Is an interesting thing that I hadn't seen before, and it was, you know, definitely factory installed. They, you know, drilled out the holes and it had parts and keys. Those 2 keys were added on at the factory. So.
And who is the manufacturer? I mean,
Triumph. It was a Matura.
Triumph.
Yeah, like a big Triumph Matura 1956 maybe.
That's they were just piggybacking off keyboard musical technology at the time. Fender Rhodes and all those others, they were using similar technology. So wow, that's funny. I figured there'd be a day where we'd find that, but I didn't.
Oh, there you go. We found one.
Good for you. I hope Bill's doing well.
He is. He's doing really well.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a few months. I got to give him a call.
I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
Yeah, you know.
But that was last week, and so hopefully he's watching today. And so
now, did you take any pictures that you'll be?
I did not. I was a bad documenter.
No.
No, I was just so curious that I was like, oh wow, this is, you know, kind of poking at it, but I didn't really think about taking out my camera. And
you were in the moment.
I was in the moment.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, that's about it. I was you know, recovering from the effects of vaccine and just sort of mulling over in my head this little mystery.
And you're feeling okay right now?
Yeah, actually I got up about an hour ago and came out and watched you guys for a little while, and then I was like, might as well take a shower and you know, change smells and come out and talk to you guys.
Always good to see you.
Yeah.
I heard you talking about my chicken pecking. So
yeah.
It's actually 2 fingers on one hand and 3 fingers on the other.
Ooh, so that's very
5. I have 5 fingers.
There you go. I'll have to make a different shirt for you.
Yeah, I have a thumb.
Yeah.
Thumb for the space bar.
Ah, yes. Okay.
So technically 6. Well, 5 and a thumb.
Okay.
So I'm almost a touch typist.
Yeah. Yeah, on some of those really skinny space bars, the way I type, because I do use, you know, my index fingers even for the space bar. It can be tricky. You can miss.
Yeah, those letters are probably making you go stab right through the, you know, between the keys.
That's happened.
That probably lifts your cuticles a little.
Yeah. Have you been doing any projects as far as like feet casting or anything like that?
No, I mean, I still got a stock of feet, but I did a whole bunch of casting. Last time I got an order from Colorado. That guy always buys a whole bunch at a time, so I made a bunch, and I just keep a bunch in stock, and when people need them, they ask me, and I'll send them a set.
And you can make any type as long as you have a prototype, right?
Well, if I have the original, like a pretty good set of originals they can be hard, but they have to
Classic
be
12.
in the proper
I need a
shape.
couple of classic 12 ones.
I don't
those?
have those. No.
Can you make them?
I don't
You have a classic 12?
I don't have those feet is the problem.
I could send you the set. Like it's only 2 of them that are crumbled.
Okay.
And the other 2 are fine. So I could just send you the set. And
You could send them to me with my hat.
Yes, I do. Even though it's summertime, but eventually it will get cold again. That'll pay you.
You
I keep
only need
ambushing
one.
her with that. So
Don't you only need one? Aren't they all the same?
I like to have more than one because then if I only have one, I can only cast one at a time. So and then that takes a lot longer.
Yeah.
If I have 4 or 2, then I only have, if I have 2, then I can make 2 casts and make 4 feet.
Yeah.
If I have 4, then I can make 1 cast and make 4 feet, which
Better
is
with more.
ideal.
Yeah. Definitely. Okay.
Do you sell them on eBay too, or?
No, I just kind of sell them when somebody asks me. I don't, it's not really a business. It's like I basically did it so I could put new rubber feet on all of my typewriters. And then I had extras, and then I had people from shops who were like, "Oh, I'd like 10 of those, or 15 of those." And so I started doing that, and then I had extras, and then as people, if somebody asked me, then I'll do a set for them or send them some.
Because I just bought some for my Noiseless 7, and I was wondering.
Yeah, I don't do the Noiseless 7 ones. I only do the ones that I have molds for.
Yeah.
Or decent originals.
Oh, because I have holes through
Does Bill Wall get any from you?
Occasionally, yeah.
Yeah.
When he needs them. He doesn't do a lot of foot replacement. He does more technical stuff, but like I know Darwin Raymond up in Colorado, he buys like batches of Hermes 3000 feet because he restores Hermes 3000s. That's kind of his core business, is he buys up Hermes 3000 specifically and restores them, puts new rubber on them, and sells those for really kind of crazy prices, but he gets it. And, they're in great condition, and they're all completely restored, all new rubber and everything. So it's worth it, but man, I don't know that I'd pay those prices.
Of course, you're used to $25 typewriters.
I think I paid for both of the Hermes 3000s I have, they were $50 a piece.
Ooh, you paid up for those.
I actually, well, the first one I had actually just discovered the typosphere and had read some of the early blogs, and they were all talking about Hermes 3000s because Larry McMurtry had just sold his on auction, and so that was the big story. I said, well, I need to get one. So I look in the local Craigslist, and a guy just happens to be selling one for $50. So I called him up. I got in because I called him. Someone else emailed him. I got in first and got that right away. And that's when I discovered that even back then they were going fast.
Wow.
And then my wife wanted one, and so she bought one off eBay a couple years later. But when she got it, it was built in the same year, and I think it's only 300 serials off from the one that I've got.
Oh, wow.
So they were both 1964, and I think they're something like 330 serials off from each other.
Wow.
Which was kind of weird.
Yeah. What are the odds?
Not high, but I've had that happen before with I got an Adler or a Tippa S. Oh, no, Tippa 1 at a thrift store one time. And then a couple of years later, somebody gave me one, a Typa S or a Typa I, and they were only 30 serials off from each other.
Wow.
Wow.
Both 1964. And, I got them from completely different places at, way different times. And so it's really strange when that happens, but it does happen. It's, you throw enough dice and eventually the weird things happen.
Yep. Excellent.
So,
all right. Any updates about the books?
No, I have been lazy.
It's okay.
I've been lazy a lot lately.
Yeah, I do like to check in on those periodically just to see if there's anything new. So
you're trying to push me.
I think, because I was just thinking about that yesterday, being lazy, and because because when you observe other people and you're like, really, you can't even do that. You think, okay, come on, why don't you just do this? And then so I thought about myself, and I thought, gee, I always thought I was kind of lazy, but I get a lot done. But I thought, but this person doesn't even do this, so I guess I'm not late. And then when you think about it, when you say lazy, you're judging yourself. If you say you're lazy, and you're judging somebody else if you say they're lazy. And really, we all have different priorities, and we're probably all pretty busy all day long, even if it's spinning our wheels in the mud. We're doing something probably. So
we're all selectively lazy.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on inside there, Larry.
Well, maybe not.
I'm too busy justifying my laziness to not be lazy.
There you go.
Excellent. All right, let's see. I don't think we've gotten an update from you yet, Larry. How are you?
Oh, you know what I did is because, well, you might notice I'm just all flustered when I got in here. And so I was trying to catch up with stuff I had to do. But I got my typewriter out. I got my pretty princess out. And I typed 2 little poems I had to do because I saw your prompt up here when you come up. And I'm like, the first time I couldn't remember the end of it alone with my typewriter. So I did the dark and stormy night. And then I saw it and I'm like, oh, I got to do something. So I got 2 typewriters, which is kind of cool. But you're probably not ready for this anyway. But I did something finally,
No,
so I'm not lazy. See, I did something. I typed prompt. I know. So yeah, I'm excited that I have a prompt when it's time. But yeah, I had an open mic night at a church Friday night, first time ever that I did one at a church, because I want to have one at my church and I wanted to see how they did things. So I did that, and I did 6 songs and they really liked them, and I was excited because I wanted to see how they did things, and I invited them to come, their worship team, to come to our church. So now I got another event for our church, and then that's going to be a regular event at my church. I plan on it anyway, even if I got to sit there by myself. But I'll put a sign out front, say open mic tonight, and probably go out on the trailer as long as it's good weather, and set up the sound system for them, and maybe we'll attract some people to, I mean, I don't know if you're into the church thing, but I look at it, we don't have a huge church. I'm in a little town, really little town, like 200 people.
Oh, wow.
But we got a bunch of churches around here, though. It's amazing. But they're not all full up by any means. But anyway, you have to have people to even exist, because it takes money to even do the electric bill, So I mean, you have to have something. So, but the whole purpose is we want to take people to God. That's the whole idea. Is like, I mean, you want people to be nice to each other no matter what your capacity. Most people do want, or what your thoughts are on it. Most people want people to be nice to you, So there's something to that. And if you can if people go by the church and see that it's active, then you're hoping that maybe somebody will say, well, gee, I wonder what that place is like. And hopefully they find good people, you know.
Yeah.
That's anyway.
Did you say you had the typing prompt?
Yeah, if you want me to do it.
Yeah, please do.
I didn't just too early because okay. There's what can you oh yeah, I can say, oh, they're backwards to me again. Yeah. So it was a dark and something. I don't know. It was the first one. It was a dark and stormy night, a perfect time for typing. Much to my delight, the wind was to my liking. The halls were reassuring. They made me feel at ease. That pollen would be clearing, washed away, so I don't sneeze. And so anyway, because whatever. It's not like I spent a lot of time on it. So anyway, and then the next one, after I saw the rest of the prompt, I said it was a dark and stormy night, alone with my typewriter, trying with all my might to be a better writer.
Ah, there you go. Excellent.
Awesome.
Those are good.
I'm proud of myself for actually doing it on time.
Yeah.
Before
And it was your prompt idea too.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
My prompt idea.
Well,
Yeah.
you
I saw your name.
you sent me a message saying it was a dark and stormy night, and I added the part about alone with my typewriter because I wanted it to be a little unique, you know.
Yeah, I
Good
remember saying
collaboration.
that. That's right.
Yeah, it was quite a while back.
Yeah, that's kind of funny that because I guess I was just because I guess it was like I was excited because it's like you were looking for something, and I'm the kind of person that even though it's not always wanted, I always want to fix something, you know, and especially I found out with being married twice now that, you know, a lot of times people don't want you to fix something, they want you to listen, but
Yeah, that's the whole term of where mansplaining is.
yeah. I still like fixing things, and listening has been a challenge, but I'm learning, especially my daughter's teaching me that more than anybody's ever taught me that because she'll tell me if I'm not listening and give me a hard time. So, you know, it's like, okay, I'm listening.
Well, earlier it seemed like you were listening very well. You had your bowl of popcorn and you were chowing down on your popcorn.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I need to eat more popcorn.
Yeah, that's the answer.
You know, my wife wants to talk to me. Just a minute. Let me get some popcorn.
That's actually a good idea, Larry.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Gregory.
You're welcome anytime. I'm a fixer too.
Well, I grew up. I've been mechanic all my life, so like all my coworkers. So, in other words, most of my friends, that's what they do is fix things, and so they have a hard time. We never listen to each other. You listen to each other, you'd feel like, you know, we always put each other down, and you know, I mean, especially when you're with a bunch of guys that are in the military from all over the place. I mean, you have to have a thick skin. So, you know, we're always
very competitive.
What's that?
Very competitive.
Yeah, and calling each other all kinds of names, and you know, and it's it's more fun than it is like we wouldn't even do it if we didn't like the person, you know. So it's like we do that because show that we like each other. It may sound perverse, but that's really what it amounts to.
Kind of like practicing verbal boxing, you know, you have to learn how to fight physically as well as mentally. Yeah. That kind of keeps you in shape. Like you said, a thick skin, you know, you're not going to break down when you're being interrogated by the enemy.
You just got to remember to switch gears when depending on who you're talking to. So.
Army training.
Yep.
Army training, sir. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you think of the stereotypical drill sergeant, you know, what we see in movies on TV, you're bashing you and telling you you're sorry, you protect your collar, whatever, you know. I guess you guys kind of do it to each other in person too.
May, you missed your calling.
I know, huh?
I'm a school teacher, you know, so I do have a little bit of drill sergeant.
Remind us.
But I don't bully. I don't put people down. It's more like a cheerleader, you know. I yell at people, tell them how awesome you are, and you can do it.
Remind us, what grade do you teach?
11th and 12th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, high school.
Oh my.
And it's science?
Science, yeah. Earth
Okay.
science and chemistry.
Okay.
All right.
What's earth science?
You left
Learning
early.
about-
Dan. What was that last week after this one? We went to the other Zoom. That's the
Type and
24-hour
talk.
one.
Type and
Yeah.
talk.
And May
Yeah.
was on there a little while, and we had a chemistry question for you. Who was there? Were you there, Rich? Who?
No, I had to miss that.
We had a chemistry question, and it's like maybe May knows. I can't remember what it was now. So I'm not helping any. But anyway, I thought maybe.
What was that?
Well, yeah, you were here, weren't you?
Yeah, what was that question we had for me?
Yeah, we were. Yeah, remember that? Wow.
And we could ask
Something
Diane.
about
too.
typewriters, right?
Yeah,
Probably about solvents, rubber.
Oh,
Too bad
I
nobody
know.
records
It has-
these things.
Wasn't
Didn't it have to do with platens and aging platens and air
Rubber.
contact with rubber? And was it that?
Well, I don't know what we would have not thought about that. I
Well,
mean,
next time you should type notes during your
Yes. Yes.
chats and then get back with me.
Let's just.
I
make
don't know
something up.
everything about chemistry.
Yes,
My
Miss
major
Travis.
was not chemistry.
Yes,
so
Miss Travis.
I'll
I,
make
I
it
was there. And
five classes.
I don't remember the question. I don't
I
remember.
don't
the
either.
question. Yeah, Diane doesn't remember.
Oh, that's funny.
I don't remember, but my major was chemistry.
Oh.
You
Hey.
need to ask Diane. Yeah, my
Diane
major was
wasn't there
in
either.
geology
That's right.
and education.
Yeah, but my area of emphasis was organometallics.
Oh.
And these days I work in the agricultural. I work with agricultural chemistry, and I don't actually work with the chemistry.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. Let's see here. Larry, was there anything else new with you?
Do I have any new gray hairs or anything?
Let's count.
That's brown ones.
I don't know. I can't. I don't know. When I'm put on the spot, it's tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I plan my whole conversation out before we even meet here. So if you ask me a question like, it's not in my notes.
Yeah. I think it's Robert that he types out the topics he wants to cover.
I was awed by that. I was like, wow, this guy's smart. And he's not like.
So you're like one of those goats that falls over when it gets stressed.
Oh.
You know,
I heard about those.
I tried to do that, but I never did it myself.
I'm trying to troubleshoot something. I have this Smith Corona, and for some reason I'm having an intermittent non-spacing, meaning the space bar is not spacing, and I don't know why. I don't know why it would stop. You know, I mean, it types just fine, but in a few different places, it doesn't want to go.
Did you
I
push
think it's
down with your
busted.
thumb on the space bar?
Yeah.
Did you push it? Oh, okay. I mean, Ted was talking about using the thumb on the space bar, and I'm like, oh, that's how.
So it could be.
Like,
Did you check to see if there's a correlation between what side of the space bar you're using when that happens? Because maybe one side doesn't depress as easily.
Certainly. I didn't. I'm actually using. I have the boroscope shoved underneath the machine right now. I'm kind of looking at the guts here, trying to see if maybe there's something that's broken. It shouldn't be. God, I hope not. That would suck.
So it's not spacing with the space bar regularly, but the letters space, the character space, but the space bar does not.
Let's see. Let me. I'm trying to move the boroscope so it doesn't interfere.
How many of us have a boroscope? I've never had a boroscope.
I have two.
I use it for looking for something down the drain.
You both do chemistry.
And it
You
works
both have
for typewriter.
So right now, I'm using my thumb on the space bar. It is not advancing.
Now use the other
Something on
side.
the space, but the characters will advance it, but not the space bar.
The space bar is not advancing this side either.
Okay. Well, then
I get it back.
there's something wrong with the space bar.
I just posted something in the
Yeah,
chat.
there's like a trip on them. I've never
Yeah,
worked on one in
it's
a
called a
long time,
linkage.
but there's a
Yeah, I
trip
just
on
posted
the
a link
space
in the
bar.
chat for you to
Okay.
read.
What?
I just posted a link in the chat for you to read how to adjust the space bar on a Smith Corona.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of
See here.
info out there.
I know, that's why I'm here, because people are so smart and they love the same thing I do.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to.
Look at that.
Will this work? Will this work on a 4? I guess it should work on a 4 series.
Yeah, they all have the same sort of
Got.
space bar linkage system. You'll,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
if you look straight in the middle of the keyboard down between the keys, you should see that linkage that you grab onto and hold while you're pulling the space bar to make it form, not bend to your requirements.
Let's see.
Sounds like a politically correct way of saying bend. Deform it.
Yeah.
Form it. You're forming it.
Bending is for amateurs.
Yeah, but bending implies that you're putting a kink in it.
Well,
Forming
actually,
means you're sculpting.
actually, this one
Sculpting.
doesn't have that. It
Oh,
it goes
well.
down. It goes down the side.
You're screwed then. No, the concept is basically the same though. You'll basically need to form that lever so that it trips sooner in the downstroke.
I'm
'Cause,
guessing
what-
it's this part right here.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Tim has faith in you.
I have faith in you.
Not, you
Faith.
have a typewriter place.
Yeah, because
You're lucky.
this is not tripping it.
Yeah, that's why, is because it needs to adjust that linkage so that it trips a little earlier in the stroke.
And sometimes the linkage in it, and Ted knows this, but sometimes the linkage is bent bent on purpose
Malformed.
already. And you might need to straighten it out a little bit because it's bent too much because it says it's not long enough, or you might need to make it shorter by bending it more. It's
Yeah,
shortening
by
the
kind of
length
by kind of pounding that space bar over and over, for 80 years or however long that thing's been around, that linkage is going to get a little deformed, and eventually it bottoms out to where you bottom out the padding that pads the space bar itself before you actually trip the escapement. So you just need to find where that is and do basically what the easy way to do it is just to hold on to that linkage with a pair of pliers and then kind of pull up on the space bar.
Oh.
Yeah.
And what that does is that brings the space bar higher up on the linkage, and then you can let go and try it out, and it should trip.
So those aren't called pliers; they're called forming instruments.
Forming instruments, yes. Jaws of life.
I would be curious if you, and you don't want to do this too hard, obviously, but if you push down on the space bar a little bit harder than bottoming, if without breaking something, push down a little harder. I wondered if it would trip too, because it might just be a little bit.
It will.
Okay, that's
It
definitely the
will
whole
if I press down a little harder. It will.
Okay, that's it.
That's an indication.
Yeah. Yep.
So I need that link, Ted, but your site is banned from my work laptop. It says it's got pornography. I think it's because he got typewriter porn in the.
Dixie
yeah.
typewriters.
I do liberal references to typewriter porn, and so.
And I'm good with that, but my employer is not.
Oh, you're just gonna have to, get a different laptop.
That's exactly right.
Employer.
Back
Turn
in
my
the
2
90s,
weeks.
in the 1990s, when I was in the Coast Guard and everybody was going on the internet, the government was going on the internet. Finally, it was all connected and you could reach other agencies. And they told us, they said, do not go on whitehouse.com.
Oh yeah.
And was it still there?
Yeah. Well, I got into the internet back in, the early, like 94. So
yeah, that was, exactly. That was probably around that time.
Yeah. So the all those early hacks were still around. Nobody really got rid of them for a long time. So,
wow. Yeah. So yeah. The government would be like, oh, White House. Nope, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Because it's actually whitehouse.gov.
Yeah,
right,
whitehouse.com
right,
is a completely different thing.
That's what I hear. They told me to stay away from it. It's like, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Stay away from that.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Oh, I see our Marcella's back. How are you, Marcella?
Doing good. Doing good.
Excellent.
Been getting into trouble, getting too many typewriters. I need to quit. I don't have space anymore. And then I keep telling myself, just a couple more.
Yeah.
Call
You're
it
in
now.
good company. Welcome
Yeah.
to the
Need more
club.
space.
Yeah. And my guest room is literally, I'm not joking. There's no place for me to walk in there. Well, those typewriter cases on the floor.
Yeah.
By guest room, you mean typewriter museum.
There you go.
That's right.
You need more
you're
shelving.
The typewriters
Yes,
are the
I was
guests.
thinking-
Be nice to them.
Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking about some shelves that are strong enough to handle their weight, and maybe some glass shelves that I could actually display them without exposing them to too much dust.
Care has some real nice ones.
Care,
That's Care.
yeah.
She just got some. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to see the
Yeah.
ones I have?
Sure.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
beautiful.
I'll have to take you through my house, but
Shelves are what you
Chatting
call a
amongst-
force
Yeah.
multiplier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand, Marcella.
so
I'm the
I-
same way. They're in cases,
Yeah.
so they're protected, but they're on the floor. I want them.
Yes, exactly. That's how mine is. And
I'm showing them I turned the video off, but
I got an Optima, which I'm so in love with. It's so pretty. I hadn't, and an Olympian SM3.
Nice.
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 So you're-
And and then so I have a problem now because I wanted to have in my office a portable and a standard.
Yeah.
But now I have like 3 standards in here and I don't know what to do with them because there's too many.
that's what typewriter tables are for. Right?
Yeah.
So you just tend to pick a favorite or two, and
Yeah.
I think sometimes we do have to let them go because you're right. We only have so much space,
Mhm.
So keep the ones that you're going to use all the time and love all the time.
And I love those Coronas
The
like
rest
the
is
one
your
you
friend.
have in front of you.
Yeah, that's a great display. Oh,
Oh,
you get the
yes.
baby little
cool.
American Girl diaper.
Yes.
I like it. The little notes. That's for postcards.
And you get the typewriter Bibles down
Of
there.
course.
Nice.
I have that too. Mhm.
And so
I
these are
love
pretty
that.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they keep
these-
them dust free and
Yeah, and you can see them. And these, I have mostly Royals in here because these shelves are a little shallow. I did take a typewriter to IKEA with myself to make sure they fit. But and then this one has this is another IKEA one, and this has like the glass side, so you get light in there. But so the Smith Coronas more fit in here,
that's deeper. Yeah.
and the Lego.
Marcella,
I see room for one more.
Yeah.
Always.
Exactly. I try and keep always room for one more. And yeah, I put the heavier ones on the bottom, and they have sort of alternating glass and wood shelves.
So
And
yeah,
then I got,
Marcella, that would really spruce up your guest room to have a beautiful.
and then there's this
Yes,
one. This
definitely.
was from Target. It doesn't have that many shelves, but you can fit typewriters on top of it. too.
Nice.
So,
Oh yes, that's a good idea.
Hey,
Have a
Marcella.
target right around. Uh-huh.
I'm the what's it called, choir director at church, you know, so I'm always trying to be spiritual about things. And my understanding, I mean, I don't read a whole lot, but my understanding is that you're allowed to take one portable and one full-size typewriter with you when you die. So why not enjoy all of these that you have now here while you're here, and just collect as many as you can. That's
There you go.
philosophy that it's just my wisdom that from what I do for a living.
well, I think also then you have more to give other people so that they can take a typewriter to heaven with them too.
Yeah, 'cause they might only
Or
have
hell, or wherever they're going.
Yeah, they might. I don't know how many you're allowed. Maybe you're allowed to take all of them down there. I'm not sure. I didn't check on that. But
What the heck is poor Herman gonna do?
I'm looking around here. Did I say I had 3 standards around me? I'm
No, you
actually
miscounted.
looking at a Royal. I'm looking at Empress. I'm looking at Olympian SG1, a Royal MM, a Royal FBE, and a Royal FB, whatever the other ones. That's too many. It's actually, I'm counting here. Wait.
you can have. I just remembered. I did see a note on that. You're allowed to have all you want in hell, but there's no ribbons there.
Oh.
Okay, I just find my machines because, okay, so I saw that Danielle still uses SG1 to write, so I had to have one. And then I saw that this Ray Bradbury and some other guy used an MM, so I needed that one too. And then somebody else had an FB, so I needed an FB.
Yep. Everybody had something.
Yeah, and I have a thing that I like to see what author use, and I buy them. But and then I have the ones like you were saying, May, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I see your Smith Corona in front of you.
Yeah,
right there.
classic
Those are
club.
my favorite to actually daily typing. I have like a couple of those.
No frills, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
rarely have
and
any
that's how the problems.
These are newer.
Yeah.
And typewriter math is hard. That's why you don't know how many standards you have.
Yeah.
Because you never know. Do you count all the ones that are working? Do you count the ones in the garage? Do you count the ones you mean to get rid of? Do you count the ones that are on the way to you? Like, or
You count the ones you can't see right now.
And this week I wrote letters for the first time. I received this number of letters, and that was so much fun. To actually put a letter in the mail. And then I was thinking, oh, I wonder if they already received it. And I realized, wait, I just mailed it this morning. They haven't read it yet.
Express mail.
Well, it used to, they used to deliver the mail twice a day in many places.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you could send somebody across town a letter in the morning, and then they would respond, and you get it back in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm continuing working on my book. I went through a little bit of a block after I got notes from my editor, but and then I could not write. I spent a whole month and a half. I just could not touch that book. I'm just like, what am I gonna do? I sat down to write on my computer. I even plugged in my IBM Model M because I kind of like the vintage stuff for some inspiration, on my iMac instead of using the little flat keyboards. But I realized, what am I going to do? I can't. I just cannot get past this first paragraph. I'm stuck, and so I kept putting it away, trying to follow Stephen King's advice to let it rest a little bit. And I picked it up again, and I realized I had to get back to my typewriters. And that's what I did, and I'm moving again.
Yeah.
Because somehow I sometimes feel like the typewriter is actually writing. I'm just the vessel to do it.
Yeah. Well, it's a better writing machine because there's no distractions. It's just you, words, no buttons, leaps.
So do you ever put your typewriters in order? Like you make a list of them and then this one's my favorite. This is number 2. This is number 3. Could that be
Wow.
possible?
No.
So,
Very, very difficult.
no.
What
It would be
about-
20 would be in the top one. And then the others would be 2 and 3.
Well, that's the way to
Yeah, and
start.
Like I have the number 1 group, the number 2 group, number 3 group.
That's the way to start.
Yeah.
Make 3 categories. Now just take
Yeah,
the
3
top category.
categories. Yeah.
Yeah. And then which one, if the house was on fire, which would you grab first?
Well, if you do that list, don't do it on a typewriter. Do it either by hand or do it on a computer, and don't ever show your typewriters.
So, and I got a typewriter that I picked it up from the marketplace for cheap, and I got home and I looked at her and she was so pretty. And then I started keying. I was like, oh no, it's broken because those touch slugs are not touching the paper at all. Well, I said, okay, I'm gonna put a new ribbon in there and see what happened. I realized that's how they work, because it's like one of those noiseless, Remington noiseless. It looks like it's not touching, but it's actually touching. I actually love that machine, but it's very strange the way how it feels when you're typing.
Yeah,
They are. They're very different when from really anything else, any other types of machines. And I love how
that's the
you're
reason.
talking about- Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I had seen one of those in the antique mall and I tried it out. I thought, well, this thing doesn't work. I'm not buying this. And then I came home and looked up, and I thought, well, that's how it works. So then I went back and got it. And it's really neat the way the whole mechanism works in there, It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it does feel like the touch slug is stuck, it's broken, but it's actually fitting. It's just very interesting.
Huh.
Yeah.
Those are the only updates.
So
I mean, I don't
type bar
have much more.
levers are different. There's like a little push.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I love how
opening an
you're
umbrella kind of. Oh yeah, regular typewriters are like this, whereas the Remingtons are like.
Yeah.
And now May will do the interpretive dance.
Yeah,
I love how Marcella was relating to various writers and whatnot. And it's like I don't know. I have, as most of you know, I have a lot of Smith Premiers. I think there's only one Smith Premier on Richard Holt's list of writers and their machines, and it's the guy that wrote Wizard of Oz. Yeah,
actually,
wow.
Yeah.
L. Frank Baum. It's like there's a picture of him on the site. Whenever you click next to his name, it says Smith Premier, and there's a picture of him sitting at a table with a Smith Premier typing on it.
Yay! Yeah, that worked out well for him,
Yeah.
I have a trivia. I have a note of trivia, not related to typewriters, but related to L. Frank Baum, that when they were filming the Wizard of Oz, their budget for costumes was really tight. But when they went to thrift stores to get some stuff, and the coat that Mr. Marvel wears when who turns out to be the wizard later, but when he's in his wagon and Dorothy's running around and she meets him, and he's wearing like this morning coat with the cutaway with the tails and stuff. They looked inside, the label in that coat was L. Frank Baum. It was actually his coat.
Oh wow!
That guy is wearing in the movie.
Huh.
Trivia.
I have more, but I won't bore you.
Let me just say, I have the whole set of the books.
Yay! My kind of guy.
Have you read them though?
What's that?
Have you read them?
No, I've read the first one, but that everyone has read.
I've read all of them. I read all of them when I was a kid. I loved those books. I had the whole set until not that long ago when I gave them to some kids who were younger than me.
I don't think I've ever read those.
They're wonderful.
I got a Facebook group called Osmosis Readers for people like that
Yes.
like have lots of books but don't necessarily read them.
I remember that.
Absorb them.
There's actually there's a Japanese word for that. I forget what it is, but they have a word. What is it?
Osmosis.
Yeah.
I actually read.
I'm sorry, you guys. I gotta
have a
go.
problem.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you, Care.
See you later. Sorry for interrupting,
Bye.
Marcella. Bye.
Bye. I actually read like 3 books at a time. I have them like in the Kindle. I have a paperback and I have an Audible, so I can when I'm driving or.
That's what I do. Yeah.
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 Wow, that's something.
You have to get special glasses for that.
Yeah.
So my
And
question.
the hearing aids.
Now, was the wizard named Marvel just in the book as when he was a civilian and not the wizard, or was he Marvel even in the movie? And I just never caught that, Mr. Marvel. I heard
that. I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Wrong group.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll have to put it under my pillow.
I'm glad that Marcella mentioned audiobooks. Audiobooks are huge. I tell you all, and I know in my book, if I make $20 a month selling a handful of paperbacks, I'll make another $200 or $300 a month selling my audiobook.
I love
my audiobook.
Yeah.
Way outsells my regular book. So if I write another 10 books and get them published, I could retire. I mean,
Yeah.
Bob, is yours on audiobook?
oh, absolutely. Yeah,
I
read it
love your
myself.
book.
Yeah, it outsells my paperback 20 to 1.
Oh, I have to get that.
Did
I love your
you
book.
make it did you make your own, or did you go through ACX?
Oh no, I made my own. I'm an audiobook narrator, so yeah, it wasn't a
Oh,
big deal to just
nice.
read it myself. Yeah.
I love
I-
audiobooks. They're the only expense. They're really expensive, and people don't really realize this, but it's actually cheap to buy the audiobook, but then the gasoline that you burn up listening to it is incredible.
I wish I didn't have an accent so I could do my own, but I mean, I kind of feel like you can't have an accent to read the audiobooks.
Well, actors, they can remove or get rid of their accent or learn the
Yeah.
American accent. So
Yeah, you can practice. It takes practice, I'm sure.
Yeah, that is true.
Or you can just hire someone.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, there's a lot of different options. I'm teaching a class in it here in August down at the local library. It's very, let me think, it's very disconcerting when people do, even if they self-publish a book, they'll put out a digital, they put out the paperback, and then they totally forget about the audio. But there's so much money in audio. I know y'all know me as a guy who plays with typewriters, but I make more money in doing audio than I do. And it's not with the Typewriter podcast, of course, but just reading other things for other people, doing the audiobook, putting audio together, producing things for other people. Production's really huge. So I really have a great fun and understanding and know-how, and it's like anything, you just build a relationship with it once you get good at doing the audio. I think you'd be fine with your accent if you found something that was very specific for yourself or something that you wrote. I think you'd be really great with it, Marcelena. I think.
Yeah.
I don't think the accent matters as long as your grammar is good and your enunciation is good. I think the accent actually might add to into it as well. Like I like your voice and English speaking skills. So
when you have
not
your
offended
own
at all.
When you have your own song, you can put more feeling in it. If you wrote the song yourself, you know how it's supposed to feel. It's hard to interpret somebody else's song. Well, you can interpret your own books even, and
there you go.
be probably excellent at it.
Yeah.
That is true.
And I personally, I love audiobooks, and I personally prefer it when the author reads it. So.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay. Did you listen to my book yet, Gregory? Have you?
Not yet. It's in the TBR stack.
Okay.
Write that down too, Bob. I need to.
What kind of what is your genre?
Oh, nonfiction, adventure. My book now, American Roadrunner, is the name of my book. It's just it's a book on middle-aged man racing chopped motorcycle cross country.
Wow.
I kind of wrote the book on how to do that.
I read Bob's book when I was driving across the U.S.
There you go.
That was just awesome.
Is
It was awesome.
it anything like Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance? Because I love that one.
Yeah, only faster and longer. Yeah.
Wait, can you tell me the name of it again? I want to look it up. Can I get it off Amazon?
Oh yeah, you can get it. Yeah, American Roadrunner is the name of it.
Alright.
American Roadrunner by Bob Marshall.
All right.
I got an autographed copy.
Oh,
you
really?
can do that too. Okay.
Yeah, but that's only because you're local.
I know. We're practically neighbors.
What kind of book is it? I missed a piece.
That's okay. Yeah, it's nonfiction adventure. Yeah, it's
Oh,
how to race chop motorcycles cross country, and answer a lot of life's questions along the way, or come up with more questions. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's cool.
interesting.
Oh, and you have a podcast too.
Yeah. I do a
Awesome.
whole podcast on the genre, people sharing their stories of the road as I've shared mine in my book and whatnot. So the podcast is fun. Podcasts are really evergreen, so the podcasts are kind of like mini audiobooks. And for those of you who have listened to the Austin Typewriter Inc. podcast, my biggest trick as a host is I shut up. I shut up and let whoever I'm talking to talk, which can be hard when I'm talking to them because they were naturally used to verbal cues. And I tell them ahead of time, I'm going to be nodding my head a lot. I won't be giving you the verbal cues you're used to. It's just going to be a lot of head nodding. And so I think it turns out to be a better product in that regard. But
So what's really cool about this too? I just bought it, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's free returns too, so I can read it. Awesome.
The American what? What is it again? The American?
American Roadrunner. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Larry wants you to sign his phone.
I'll read it and then do it. How do I return it to Amazon or to you?
Yeah.
I'll send it to you so you can sign it.
There you go. Oh no. And that's always my favorite. I've signed a few copies where people have said, so-and-so gave it to me and they got it from so-and-so who got it from so-and-so and they bought it used at a thrift store. And I'm like, this is the greatest compliment ever. Of course I'm going to sign this book. Stuff like that. I really enjoy that when people pass it around themselves and whatnot. The copy's all beaten to hell and been on the back of a motorcycle for a few thousand miles. And Eric, did you get to read the book or listen to the book?
I read it. Yeah.
Read it. Okay. What a
Yep.
great compliment. I sure do
Yeah.
appreciate. I counted them the other day. I've still got a few. I think I'm down to about 12 mistakes I found a few months ago. When it first came out, it had 29 mistakes that I found. I had to go back through. Anyways, it's a lot of fun putting out a book, and I take it as a great compliment. Thank you, Eric.
Absolutely.
So if I circle all the mistakes and send it back to you, will you actually pay me?
Yeah, no, they don't do it that way. I wish they did. And I think it's fun. It's grammar instead of period. I remember my editor missed it too, because I've got two beta readers and an editor that everything went through, and I spelled patience as a patient in a hospital instead of it's always things like that, and that's in the last chapter of the book, I think. And so you gotta surround yourself with good people. For those of you who publish or will publish in the future or wish to publish, my advice is you got to surround yourself with good people, and it's okay to take your time. If you get done with a book and it takes 8 months in post-production that's okay. It's going to take time. Just stick to a schedule, write it out. Your beta readers, come up with a schedule for them. Hey, can you have this completed in 2 weeks? Okay, well, 3 weeks, that'll work. Whatever, have a good time with it. But you got to surround yourself with good people, and if they cost money, that's okay. Pay. I don't mind paying it, and it's turned out to be worth it. So, but I do all my rough drafts on typewriters and then load the manuscripts from there. So,
yeah, that's what I'm doing, and I've actually figured I can scan them into Google Docs and then bring them back to Word or Scrivener, whatever I need to. But you can go straight from your typewriter and scan them in.
Now that's pretty good. I actually do retype. I retype the script. I type it all out on typewriter, and then I retype it, on this old IBM keyboard I have. That's what I've been using lately.
Yeah.
And
So I am too.
Enables me. I just enjoy that self-editing process. It's all process, right? You got to love your process, and I love that part of my process. It takes forever. People hate it, but yeah, if you have found a way to load, good for you.
Yeah, you mentioned the mistakes, but every time I read, I keep finding new things.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. And then other people will find mistakes, and then you realize the mistakes that they are finding have to do more with grammar preference or writing preference as opposed to my writing. So you'll get that too. I've gotten it all. I've had people tell me I'm an idiot. I've had people tell me your book is stupid. I've gotten it all. So I just go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But,
Need to be ready for that.
Yeah, I still get a handful of fan mail a day. I know Eric sent me a really nice, was it a letter, Eric, or was it just, hey, I'm getting your book. I'm enjoying it on my trip. Thank you so much. Blah, blah, blah. That stuff means the world to me. I mean, it's so complimenting of it's okay to share a story. And my story being nonfiction, it does get quite personal. It has to do with my relationship preferences. It has to do with how I prefer to wrench on my motorcycles, why I ride Japanese motorcycles, not Harleys, all sorts of personal things. And so you just got to be okay with all that too.
Yeah. And you find that in very successful, big, huge authors. I was rereading a book by Anne Rice, and then I happened to look at the reviews, and I saw someone saying the most boring book, worst writing. Anne Rice people have different opinions and they will voice it. And unfortunately, so.
Yeah, Marcella, what are you looking to write? What are you writing?
So I'm writing two different genres after two different pen names, but urban fantasy and romance. I like reading those areas and I like writing them too.
Yeah, I touch on romance for a few chapters, but that's about the only in my book. That's the only. Eric's over there shaking his head. I I give you a lot of credit. Romance is a real hard one. I always have. I had this.
I like the idea of those two together.
Yeah. I had this Hermes ambassador. I had this Hermes ambassador for many years that inspired me to write romantic stuff, and it was just crap. I threw it away. So good for you for not the typewriter, the writing, the typewriter. Move on.
But I find it interesting because if you don't, you have to have specific tropes. All people doesn't like it. It's like some people always write enemy to lovers or roommate to lovers, and you have specific things you need to target, or else people are not going to like it, even though. It seems to me though, before I realized this trope situation, that so you already know what's going to happen in that book if you expect this author to have every time they write the same exact trope with a different story.
Yeah.
And
amen.
The element of suspense and surprise is important. You're right.
Yeah.
That's how some writers crank out so many books, because it's essentially the same story.
Formula.
Yeah.
Same formula.
Like you're gonna get something, but you don't quite know what it is.
Yeah.
You understand
now
what's gonna happen. Like we go to horror movies because we know we're gonna get freaked out by gore, but we don't know exactly what we're gonna see. And I think it's the same with books, like and following favorite authors. Like we know you're gonna get a crime. Mystery, but we don't know what that crime is going to be.
The suspense is in whether I'm going to finish the book.
I've seen in the groups, romance groups, and I was like, this big thing is like reverse. What is it called? Reverse harem. I didn't even know what that was. It's like a woman with a bunch of different men that she has to choose in between them, or
like The Bachelor.
So that's like a big thing. Like some people that are really big now, they're writing reverse harem.
That's pretty much what it always is, isn't it?
That's life, right?
Pretty much have a choice of whoever, it seems, that's the way I see it. Anyway,
reality.
Sorry, but that's it's like. It seems like the guys are always flocking to the women, not vice. I mean, there are the case, Elvis or whatever, they're occasional, but it seems like mostly the women got the monopoly there.
Yeah. But typewriters when it comes to authors, I think it can be really wonderful. And then, as Bob also said, and I do the same, I use an IBM Model M to type. But one thing I found out is that because I have an older one over there, on a 90s one on this side, but I bought a brand new Model M from this company in Kentucky. It's like
nice.
Unicomp. So yeah, you can buy a brand new, came brand new. So
Wow.
it just doesn't have the logo here. But okay, so the same company who used to make them for Lexmark, well, you know, Lexmark bought the IBM, and then the company kept making them for IBM. So IBM left, Lexmark left, but the employees bought the molds, and so you can still buy them brand new.
Yeah. What is that? Just
And
a keyboard or? Oh.
And the good thing about the new ones that you don't need an adapter, and you can get them with the Windows button. And you can get them like for Mac, which I have. Well, I actually just have to exchange the caps so yeah, you can still buy a Model M, like brand is the actual original M. It's just
Wow.
new.
Yeah, that's great. Good for you. I'll have to look into that. I wasn't aware. I've been kind of picking them up used and trying to find my favorite one. I'm sure I know I own a lot of typewriters, but I'm sure I own 20 different keyboards, just trying to figure out which one I like best for whatever it is I'm writing. Because I will use different keyboards for different things
Yeah,
that
me
I'm
too.
writing. Yeah.
I when I go to Model M's, I feel like I'm still sticking with my typewriter somewhat because they coexisted at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I enjoy the big deep. I think they're called brown keys, the super big deep keys, you know, that make a lot of noise and all the things. I even bought one of those new QWERTY keyboards that look like typewriters. I bought one.
I have one too.
Yeah, the QWERTY writers. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've used that a bit, but I tend to go back to the big brown square keys. But
I've used
I
that
like
for
that
about 2
process of
years.
editing it again, you know. So
This is a cool one, Bob.
there you go.
I like that one.
I'm telling you, that Andrino guy had some good ideas.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name that made that USB typewriter?
Yeah,
Very
Andrino. It's in an Andrino kit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember who I bought it from.
Yeah, Andrino came out with a bunch of kits like I've got the whole book. In fact, my dad bought it for my son many years ago. So there's all sorts of cool projects you can do, but one of them is, you know, turning analog switches into digital information like that. And I think it uses the Hesky table like most keyboards. Anyways, I don't know. I've seen one. We have one in LA that I've played with. There was a guy who was purposely setting them up to typewriters, and you could put them to typewriters, and that, you know, it's a lot of fun to play with. But the typewriter doesn't move. You know, everything moves on the screen, so it's a little visually distracting in my opinion. But I think it's a great idea. I know the guy was selling the kits for $150 or something, and for $300 he'd do it. He'd mount it for you. So I thought it was pretty neat. It's a good idea.
This was Bluetooth and USB, and you could stick your iPad up there, whatever, and you can type on a piece of paper at the same time if you want.
Yeah,
You set it up.
Yeah.
That's how I set it up so I could type with it. So I just leave it on my desk here because I have a computer screen right in front of it. Plus, I can type on paper if I want to.
Oh, so yours will type on paper at the same time you're typing on the screen? I mean, I guess the line definition. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
the one that we have doesn't do that. It just stays in one place, like the carriage. I haven't played with it too much, but yeah, I'll have to play with it a bit more. That would be neat, you know.
Yeah,
that's all it is neat. It's not anything, you know, it's like, okay, cool, but what, you know, I don't know the use of it other than it was fun to do and show off and stuff like that. But other than that, you still want to type on different typewriters. I just don't like typing on one typewriter all the time anyway. So
well, it's all process. You got to find your own process and I'll constantly hone your process. I know process is a big thing. You know, that's what I've been doing lately, is really working hard, policies and procedures within the shop. And it all comes back to process. So process is such a huge part of what we do, whether we're writing, whether we're repairing typewriters, whatever it may be. Our process is what will make or break us. So.
Yeah. Well, I do want to say hi to Roger real quick. How are you, Roger?
Hi, I'm okay.
That's good.
I was a little bit late today. Had to be at the Memorial Day service ceremony. So, and there was a traffic jam when I came back.
Oh.
So.
Yeah.
Not much new after that.
Okay.
So I was just listening. I heard some interesting things.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
Where was the Memorial Day service?
Waregem. It's in Belgium.
Oh, in Belgium. Wow.
Yeah, it's the cemetery for World War One American soldiers who were killed. Yeah.
Wow.
Of course.
It must have been nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and we had a little bit of luck with the weather. It rained before the ceremony, but during the sun came through, so that was good thing.
Nice.
It was nice of you to go to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely. And have you been typing any letters or anything like that?
Yes, I was just working on one. I'm almost finished. So I typed an entire page. That's good for me. I'm on page 2 now, but still working on it.
Excellent.
It's double space.
Yeah.
Well, that would make it easier, but it's single space.
Yeah.
That's why
I don't
they
even
use double space.
I don't even think you can put it in double space. This one, it's the Smith Corona, no, the Remington Rand Deluxe Model 5. I don't see any bar to put the spacing on.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just talking about double space in your spaces, I think, or it's just to take up room. Or you're talking about the line space lever.
Yeah, both.
Well, yeah, both, really. Why not?
Get 6 CPI while you're at it.
There's nothing on the left side.
What was
There's
that, Diane?
There's nothing on the left side for that?
No.
Oh, because I know I think mine has a funky looking lever for that.
Well, there is a small tab next to the 2, and I don't know what it does, but it just springs back.
A small what?
Button.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where mine is currently in its case, and I'm not sure where that is.
Yeah. It's a 1940s model.
Uh-huh.
So it's like the Streamliner?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the Streamliner, how it looks.
You're kind of curved, kind of Art Deco-ish looking. Pretty basic, actually. I have them downstairs.
Yeah, that's it.
Feels janky when you type on it.
Oh no, this feels good.
Okay.
That's good.
You have a good one.
I just switched to a new ribbon, and it used to be an all black one. Now I got black and red, and every now and then, especially in the beginning, the bottom of my letters or numbers are red, but it's only every now and then now.
Yeah, I just put probably about 2 months ago some ribbon on my Triumph. And then shortly after, I noticed I had the same problem, and I'm thinking, oh no, not my favorite Triumph, something wrong with it. And so I kind of just kept working, typing, kind of frustrated with it until I realized I looked at the ribbon, and you could see the red and the black, and I got a ruler and measured each one. And it turned out that even though it's kind of hard to see, it indeed is whiter on the red side than the black side. And I don't know where I bought. Yeah, I don't know where I bought the ribbon from where I could return it, and it's still got a lot of ink on it, so I don't think I'm going to take it off, but kind of frustrating.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, that the red is a little bit wider than the black one.
Did you measure it?
No, it's too wet.
Yeah. Wet.
I mean, the red and the black colors on one ribbon. So the red part is a little bit wider than the black part.
Yeah, that's why that's happening.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. That's why it's happening on mine anyway. Every time I hit the underline key, it's always red, even though I'm black. So,
Yeah, there's Roger, you mentioned a button. There's like a knob. Well, that's it. And you have to pull it out. You have to pull it out and turn it forward as far as it'll go.
No, you can't pull it out. You can just push it down.
Let's see. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna steal the screen for a minute. I pulled up the manual online.
Yes, please do.
So, unfortunately, it doesn't. It's kind of hard to show, but what it's pointing at. But here's the side of the machine.
Yeah.
And I think it's pointing at some sort of like a knob that's tucked in underneath the return lever there.
Yeah.
And apparently it's supposed to be pulled out and turned forward. Or let's see, for double spacing, pull it out and turn it back. I apologize. I can't read.
Yeah. I see a knob there, but I don't know what it does.
I don't know if I can make it any bigger.
It doesn't really work.
Okay.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah.
There's a knob that sticks up. That's like your it's like your paper release.
Oh, yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, that would be this knob right here that sticks up like that. That's your paper release.
Okay.
Oh no. Yeah, that one yeah, but I meant next to the number 2, the 2 key. There's a button.
Next to the 2 key.
Yeah,
silver one.
If you see the keyboard, you see the number 2 key.
Yeah,
right next to it, above the Q. Well, for me, it's
right.
about there. Yeah.
The silver button, right?
No, it's black with me.
Yours is black.
Yeah.
Maybe it's margin release. If it doesn't seem to do anything.
It is on mine. It's a margin release.
Okay. I don't know what that does. So
yeah, if you're typing and you get all the way, you've got your margins set, you can bypass those by pressing that button.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I noticed if you push the self starter, it jumps away.
Yeah, that's your tab button. I know.
Yeah.
Self starter is weird. I've noticed that. I'm like, well, it's a nice big red button. Push it. See what it does.
Yeah.
It's for indenting, and it's a fixed number of indents. Spaces for an indent.
I've heard it mostly is about 5.
I think it's 3. I think it's 5. It's either 3 or 5. I think you're right. In a minute.
Well, I learned something new today.
Eric's reading porn.
I saw that.
Well, it's the number 4, I think. It's now on screen. Number 4.
Yeah, number 4. That's the margin release.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So the self starter moves to the 6th space.
Oh, 6th. Yeah.
On my machine.
Yeah.
From the margin.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could do it from anywhere. It just keep hitting it and it goes another 5 spaces.
Yeah. It's like a tabulator, like you said.
Yes, exactly.
Interesting.
Anyway.
Very good. Thank you for bringing that up, Diane.
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
I think that was very helpful.
It's on Richard Polt's site.
Yeah, thanks to Richard Polt.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, definitely.
What website is that?
His name is
Richard
Polt.
Muted.
The classic typewriter page.
There you go.
The classic typewriter page. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I always type an X in my browser and it always comes up and say, something.
Xavier.edu, but yeah, the classic typewriter page is the best way to get to it.
Yeah, the domain name is totally different from the
Yeah.
All I have to do is type in X, and when there's so many times, my browser knows.
So one of the things that that I don't like about this type of typewriter, and the Streamliner is one of them, is when you look at it, it has the paper holders that slide. So which work on a large piece of paper, you can have more margin. And I usually use half sheets or cards. And whenever I try to use them, then I just run out of space and it bumps up against them. So as opposed to the bail with the rollers on it, which it doesn't matter where you are on the page. So just an observation that I've made with this. I might have a couple of some of these older ones are like that.
Yeah.
I think I lost one of those paper thingies.
Those paper fingers.
Yeah. There's only one on my machine.
The right side or the left side?
Left. Left is on it, right side's gone.
Yeah, the machine I have right now, it has a paper bail and the paper fingers.
So you could choose to use the paper fingers or not.
No, I think the paper fingers are there. I prefer to just have them on the edge of the paper and leave them be.
Yeah. Well, see, that's a big piece of paper, so they're not in the way.
Yeah. Right. And that's how I prefer them, not in the way.
I would like that too, but it would take up too much real estate on my small card.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But on something like that, when you're using something small, that's really your only option.
Yeah, that's the way they make them.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I was noticing on this, related to that, is they have this. I don't know if you've seen these before.
Yeah.
I read Diane, yours probably have them.
Yeah, I read.
Mine has that.
That's supposed to be like for holding envelopes.
Oh, is it? Keeps the paper flat in the middle.
It keeps the paper flat in the middle, but yeah, I think I read in the manual something about that being for envelopes, I guess, to keep them flat as well when you're typing with them.
Because the thicker it is, the harder it is to keep it down there.
The other ones have a little metal piece right there that does that.
Yeah.
But these don't have that metal piece, so this just holds the paper down, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I like
Keeps
that.
out of the way.
Very cool. So, Ted, I believe you had a new thought about the Triumph Matura port.
Oh yeah, it just occurred to me that it also might be a control for a dictation machine. Where you have keyboard control for, pause or rewind. So it, if you press it harder, it might rewind, and then you release it and it plays, and you can hit it again to pause.
That sounds very likely. Yeah.
I was thinking that was an alternate thing. It could be a copy holder or a dictation machine.
Yeah. My bet would be on the dictation machine.
Could be,
Yeah.
50s.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
MP3 player.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It could be repurposed for such.
There you go.
Now you're thinking.
Yep. Let's see. May I was going to ask you, did you have your typing prompt?
Almost finished.
Almost finised?
Oh my goodness. Give me 30 seconds. Yeah.
30 seconds. Okay, we can handle that because this is already the longest episode ever.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. It's okay though. It's okay. Tomorrow's a holiday, so we're good.
Yeah.
And we're doing typewriters, so that's good too.
That's always good. Yes.
Wow, that's so cool. I'm glad I forgot all about it. It's a holiday tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So
Yeah, it is.
I don't have to do anything.
Lazy.
No, you know what? Because we had our Memorial Day thing here in our little town. The Rurkin Club does the Memorial Day thing. We had it last night, and then of course we did it in church today, and had a Memorial Day special song. And so, yeah, I really. But yeah, all the people that have to work tomorrow, they're lucky. They get to get off. I don't get off. So messed up.
Oh.
off anyway. So like, I had to get something special.
Yeah.
Because I don't get off like they do. I don't know.
Yeah. That's one thing I love about working in a library is we get all the holidays.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about working for the government too.
Yeah.
They make the holidays.
Exactly. Yes.
Schools too.
Yeah. Yep.
What's that?
In school too, if you're working in high school or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Lots of holidays, lots of vacations.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to tell, I read a blog. I was rereading, I think, I want to say it was Stedman's blog. I saw a cat. Somebody had a cat. And now every time I see a cat, I think about a blog post that he made about his cat that died.
Yeah.
And it was so well written, and I loved it so much, that blog post. And now I can't
Thank
see a
you.
cat without thinking about that.
Yeah, that was a very sad incident. So she was a fixture on the early Typewriter Club lives. She would come up and wave her fanny in the camera. So. Very sad when she left, but we've got a new one now, and so back up to 3.
What was the new one's name again?
Bowie.
Bowie. Okay.
Like David Bowie.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Okay, very quickly, I'll read the typing font.
Okay,
You had
cool.
one to call Major Tom too.
It was a dark and stormy night, and I was all alone with my typewriter. After a few close lightning strikes and bangs of thunder, I cautiously unplugged my Electra 120 and removed my paper, and then tucked the machine back into its case. I still wanted to write, so I looked around my living room trying to decide which manual typewriter to use. 20 minutes later, mulling over dozens of typewriters, I found myself in an existential crisis over my collection to decide which ones are my favorites. The answer is all of them. Every single one of my machines can easily lay down my thoughts, so they're all great in their own way. As a writer, from time to time, sometimes I want a typewriter that's no frills and yet with all the bells and whistles, types as fast as my fingers can fly. My top 5 are the following, and no offense to the others: Smith Corona, Brother, Royal, IBM, and the Latera 32. Very broad categories. They're all my favorites because they're basically all I have, and they're all awesome and they type. All typewriters matter. Enjoy them, no matter which models you have.
Oh,
I like it.
Excellent.
So this is the 6 CPI Classic 12, 19, early 70s, brown, but it's wonderful. It doesn't matter what they look like, it's how they type.
Yeah.
Did you type that, May, while we were on here today?
Yeah, it took me 4 hours to do it.
Well, yeah, but it's not like you were talking and listening.
Yes.
That's amazing. That is. You saw what I wrote in like an hour. It's like, I guess you have to be ADHD or whatever it is, or whatever. I don't know. Wow.
Yeah, you didn't use such large CPI.
I just like all the typewriters. That's the thing. I've never found a typewriter I didn't like that was pre early 70s.
Yeah.
After early 70s, I think, electronics, they have their place. But as far as manual and, all that stuff, after the early 70s, they all sucked. But as far as the metal type art machines,
Have you ever typed on one of those Remington 666? Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
3 6s?
I have one of
right?
those.
That's awful feeling typewriter.
Oh, I love mine. You know
Really?
what? I love it.
Depends on the condition.
I love it so much.
The typewriters
Scares me, but I love it.
Oh, the number doesn't bother me. I found one of those at the antique mall 2 weeks ago, and I tested it out, and it was horrible. So I left it
dirty.
there.
That's all it is.
It wasn't dirty. It just, the feel of it was just so like,
well, yeah, if
clunky
you type
and
on
just
Hermes,
I don't like it. I didn't like
I
it.
love the big clunky keys. I love thick keys, like even like the Hermes 3000s get the thick keys like that. And
I like the look of the machine. I thought it was really pretty. but I didn't like the feel. I did not like the feel of it using it.
As far as the 666 goes, I saw this Gary
I would
Larson.
stay away from it. Yeah.
I saw
Yeah,
this Gary
yeah.
Larson cartoon, and in this Gary Larson cartoon, this painter had this ladder up, and there's an archway down in hell, and there's a devil standing there, and the painter's looking at it like this, his hat's on backward, and he says, "Oh, I guess I was." He goes, "I guess I was holding the note backwards, you know, because it said 999 on it." And so, so the devil's looking at him like, "What? Why did you do that? You know, you screwed it up." Anyway, it had to be there.
I like some electric machines too. I have a two. What is it called? The Smith Corona. I forgot what it is. A 210. It's Electra 210 because Robert Carroll wrote all his books on one. I have a different one that was Capote's. He wrote some of his books on that, and Truman Capote. And then so I really like them. And then I have my original electrics when I was in college.
Wow, that's cool.
Cool. Yeah, it's great to have your own typewriter. Heirloom family typewriter.
How could you collect so many typewriters and never joined us before?
I know.
It takes time.
Because it took me a long time to find you guys.
Better late than
I
never.
guess we all got on at our own time.
I mean,
pretty
Ty's
cool.
been collecting since, Typewriter Club Live has only been around for when was the first?
A year and a half,
two? Year-ish. Yeah.
A year and a half.
Year and a half, yeah.
I collected so many typewriters before I ever knew anybody else collected typewriters at all in the world. And then I got rid of a lot of them.
That's what's amazing.
I got rid of a lot of them because I'm like, I got married and we moved in here and I'm like, man, I don't need all these typewriters. Nobody cares. Nobody wants them. It's like I took them back to the thrift stores and gave them back to the thrift stores I got them from. I just thought, because even my coworkers kind of thought, well, you're kind of nuts, but that's okay, whatever, But anyway, it blows my mind. So when somebody tells me, because now I want them because it's like, wow, I can share them and talk to people who are just as nuts if that's what it is. I don't know what it is. I really haven't pinned it down yet. That's why I'm watching this. I want to know why. One of the great mysteries of the universe, why do people collect typewriters? Another one is like, why do we bite the inside of our cheek? That doesn't make sense either. Why would we do that?
I think don't you think a lot of people start collecting by accident? Like me, I started looking for a specific machine. I wanted one that I had when I was a kid because we lived in a farm and my mom had given me a goat and I wanted a typewriter so bad. So I sold my goat so I could buy a typewriter.
Wow.
And it was a Remington Streamline, I believe. So that's what I wanted to have. I still don't have one, but now I have like 40 other typewriters sitting around that I use all the time. And I think, you start looking for one and then you find this one. Oh, I love this machine. Oh, I want this other one. And then next thing you know, it's completely out of control.
Well, I think the one thing, the connecting thread we all have in common is that words are important. No matter what it is we write, whatever it is we say, whatever our professions are, that to us, words are important. Mm-hmm. And typewriters represent, that part of our lives that, we hold dear. So that's why we like typewriters.
Very well said, May.
True.
Words. We love them because words are important.
I think you need to make a blog post out of that, May.
Or a song.
Words are important.
Or a song, yeah. Even better, a song, yeah.
Words are important, so let's typewrite. Yeah. All day and all night.
There you go. You heard it here first.
Wind her up.
You don't need to.
I know, right?
I don't know if the sun recharges or something. I don't know what it is.
But even like with Ted, like you first started out with like computer programming, and that's a language too. Like those are words. And then you found typewriters. And, of course, Ted's still a great writer too, in addition to being a great,
I don't know
type person.
Good writer.
Oh yeah, you are.
Words.
Yeah, words. Words are important. That's all that matters. Words are important, and that's why we like typewriters. And of course, I think we're all a little bit older. And we kind of remember, you know, the early typewriters.
Well, that's it for me.
We want to
It's
save them
the-
all, save all the typewriters.
Yeah.
I think they're worth saving. I mean, don't throw them into a landfill if they can be saved. No.
You're building your verses, May.
Yeah, there you
These are
go.
the verses for
Yeah.
yourself.
Maybe Greg can go back and mix it with the Brian's. Like,
I know, huh?
turn it.
We'll form a big band.
Yeah.
Typewriter.
Well, that's the thing, is we are evolving. This typewriter movement, like even in the short time I've been in it and observed, it's evolved. It's gotten bigger.
Oh yeah.
It has. So
Yep.
we're on to something. Yeah. Might not be mainstream, but it's gotten bigger. And that's all
Growing the
that matters.
demand.
We're
Like,
growing.
When the demand grows, the price goes up.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Economics.
That is so
Someday
true.
I might want to sell my typewriters. And when I sell my typewriters, I want to make a lot of money off it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
about that.
Probably the biggest reason it grows is because people like us that get together, because if you just like I was collecting them by myself, and then it's like you get tired of yourself, but you don't get tired of other people doing the same thing and learning all kinds of things about it.
Yeah.
It feeds the interest.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's why I wonder how Marcella got to that point without us feeding that, you know. It
I
just-
know, yeah.
She
She did it
that
all on
wasn't
her own.
doing like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is how it all began right here.
Your first typewriter? Oh,
Yeah.
beautiful.
She was in an antique store in Georgetown, and she spoke to me, so I
How
had
long
to
ago?
get her. That was maybe, I would say, 4 years ago.
Wow.
And I'm very sad because this platen is very hard on this machine, and I contacted JJ Short to have it shipped. So I tried to remove the platen, but one of the screws on the right side is stripped.
Oh.
No, there are 3 on the Olympian SM3, and I cannot figure how to get that removed.
Mm. Yeah, that's a tough
I guess
one.
I'll keep putting 3 sheets of paper on it.
Yeah.
Or maybe
There are
construction
ways
paper.
that involve damaging that screw a little bit to make each drill, you know, the shape of
Do you
whatever
do
you
mechanical
need to
things?
get.
Marcella, do you fix things?
I do. I get I have the books from Ted Monk, and I have and I go on YouTube, and I do work with some of my machines myself.
I'll show you something. If you hold on a second.
Mhm.
Yeah, very cool.
I think you can do it, Marcel. I think you can get that screw out. There are ways.
Well, I got a machine with a brand new platen on it, the one that I bought from the Type Space, and it is such a beautiful experience to type with a brand new platen.
Mm.
And now I want them all my machines.
Just like the old days.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
This is what you need.
I want to
And
know.
everybody needs one of these that works on typewriters. Now, of course, you don't need this big of a drill bit.
Speaking of dentists,
Yeah.
You need a whirligig drill. And then the
Mhm.
reason is because you can take a very tiny drill, and and every mechanic needs one of these for getting out strip screws. But you can center punch that screw first is the best thing to do. If you have what a sharp punch is, and you hit it with a hammer.
Yeah.
You got to hit it in the exact center of that screw. And then you take this whirligig drill, and you just slowly, I drilled a hole in the bottom of my dad's boat with this when I was a kid while he was working underneath the boat. This very drill. And he saw the drill come through, and he's like, "What?" I'm playing in the boat with this thing. Anyway, so I've had this a long time, but we use them as mechanics in the Coast Guard too. So you can go very slowly with it. That's the thing. You can go slower than any other drill with this thing, and you can make sure you're exactly precise. And you get a little hole started. Then you go to a little bigger drill. Then you go to a little bigger. You got to be really patient, and you're going to try to put some kind of penetrant in there, Aerocroil or one of the penetrants that you get in the store that they help loosen up threads, but it'll help to lubricate your drill too. But once you get the hole as big as you can, but don't damage the thread. So don't get it as big as the hole, but to where it almost is up to the threads of the screw. You have a hole right down through the center of the screw. And then there's a tool called an easy out. And there's two kinds. There's a, what are they called? One's a reverse twist. And the other one is just a, help me here, somebody, I forget what kind it's called, but it's just a square one. And it's got sharp edges. And you tap that into the hole, and you don't tap it in really hard, but you tap it in enough to get a grip on that screw. And once you've drilled it like that, it relieves the pressure on the threads. Of course, your penetrant will help with the threads too. And then you take a wrench and you turn that backwards and you can back it out. And it takes a lot of patience. And if you do mechanics, you can do it. But if you try it with an electric drill, you can get an electric drill to go really slow if you're really super patient. But this is actually the easier way to control it.
There's whole entire like YouTube videos about how to remove stripped screws.
Yeah.
So,
somebody
I
must
love
do.
these.
I ought to do a video on that. Really. Somebody probably has one already how to do that. But
that was a great explanation, though.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, basically you have
Yes,
to
very interesting.
drill into it
Yeah.
and create,
All right. Well, we're at 4.5 hours now.
Oh, geez. We broke our record.
Oh, we blew it out of the water.
We were there.
We love typewriters.
What's it later today? I have 10 cast.
Typewriters are awesome.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. All right. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And we'll see you again next week. Yes.
Have a good week.
Thank you. It's nice seeing everyone.
Hey, is anybody going on
Bye.
the other? Anybody going on the 24/7 right now?
No, I'm going to sleep.
Priorities,
I
Roger.
have to go to the pharmacy right now.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Larry.
All right. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Bye.
Next week,
Bye-bye.
glad to see everybody.
Bye-bye.